ለ39ኛው የአፍሪካ ኅብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ያደረገች ያለችው ዝግጅት እንዲሁም ደግሞ ወደ ዋና ጽፈት ቤት ወይም ወደ አፍሪካ ኅብረት መሰብሰቢያ አዳራሽ እየገቡ የሚገኙ እንግዶቻችንን እየተመለከትን ቆይተናል። አሁንም እየተመለከትን እንገኛለን። 39ኛው የአፍሪካ ኅብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤም ከደቂቃዎች በኋላ በአዲስ አበባ ከተማ መካሄድ ይጀምራል። ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ይህንን ጉባኤ በስኬት ለማስተናገድ ከወራት የዘለቀ በላይ ዝግጅት ስታደርግ ቆይታለች። ለ38 ዓመታት ያክል በተከታታይ ይህንን ጉባኤ መሪዎቹን በማስተናገድ የካበተ ልምድ ያላት አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ዘንድሮ ለየት ባለ ሁኔታ በአዲስ ገጽታ፣ በአዲስ መልክ፣ በአዲስ ማንነትና ስያሜም ጭምር እንግዶቿን መቀበል የጀመረችበት ጊዜ ነው። የዘንድሮ ዓመት ለየት ያሉ በርካታ ገጽታዎችን የተላበሰችባቸው አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ለእንግዶቿ ተጨማሪ ሴቶችን ተጨማሪ ገጽታዎችን ሚዛ ጭምር የጠበቀችበት ዓመት ነው። የዘንድሮ ዓመት 39ኛው የአፍሪካ ኅብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ማለት ነው። ከዚህ ጉባኤ አስቀድሞ በትላንትናው ዕለት ማምሻውን በአፍሪካ ምድር ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ የተካሄደው ሁለተኛው የጣሊያን አፍሪካም ጉባኤንም ጭምር አስተናግዳለች። ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ በርካታ የአፍሪካ ሀገራት መሪዎች ተገኝተውበታል። የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ አንቶኒዮ ጉቴሬስን ጨምሮ እንዲሁም ደግሞ የጣሊያኗ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ጆርጂያ ሚሎኒ አዲስ አበባ እንግዶች ነበሩ። ትላንት ማምሻውን ምሽት ላይ አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ በቀጥታ ይህንን እውነት ወደ እናንተ ሲያደርስላችሁ እንደቆየም ይታወቃል። በዛሬው ዕለት የሚካሄደው 39ኛው የአፍሪካ ኅብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤን ደግሞ ከዚሁ ከአዲስ አበባ በተለያዩ ስፍራዎች እንዲሁም ደግሞ ስብሰባ በሚካሄድበት ስፍራ በቀጥታ ስርጭታችን ወደ እናንተ እናደርሳለን። ጉባኤው እስከሚጀመርበት አፍታ ከዚሁ ከስቱዲዮ የተለያዩ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ እያደረስን ቆይታ የምናደርግ ነው የሚሆነው። ብቻዬን አይደለሁም ስቱዲዮ እዚሁ ጉዳይ ላይ ለመቆየት በርከት ያሉ ሪፖርተሮቻችን ስቱዲዮ ይገኛሉ። በአማርኛ ቋንቋ፣ በሌሎች ሀገር ውስጥ ቋንቋዎች፣ በአፋን ኦሮሞና በትግርኛ እንዲሁም ደግሞ ለዓለም አቀፍ አድማጮቻችን እንግሊዘኛና አረብኛ ሪፖርተሮቻችን መረጃ ለማድረስ አብረው ይገኛሉ። አብራችሁን ከቆያችሁ በአማራጭነት እነዚሁን የቀጥታ ስርጭት መረጃዎች በየቋንቋው በየምትሰሙባቸው የመረጃ አማራጮቻችሁ ሁሉ የምናደርስላችሁ ነው የሚሆነው። አብራችሁ እንድትቆዩ እንጋብዛለን። አቡቻሌ ነኝ። በአማርኛ መረጃዎች ወደ እናንተ እያደረስ ቆይታ አድርጋለሁ። ባልደረባዬ ሰኝ ታደሰ ደግሞ በአፋን ኦሮሞ ተጨማሪ መረጃዎች ወደ እናንተ እያደረሰላችሁ ቆይታ የሚያደርግ ይሆናል። ፍጹም በትግርኛ ተጨማሪ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ለማድረስ አብሮኝ ይገኛል። ዓለም አቀፍ አድማጮቻችን ደግሞ አብራችሁን የምትከታተሉን ከሆነ በእንግሊዘኛ ቋንቋ አፈወርቅ ውበቱ እንዲሁም ደግሞ በአረብኛ ቋንቋ ባልደረባችን አብራን ትገኛለች። ወደ በኋላ ላይ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ለማድረስ አብረን እንገኛለን። አብራችሁን እንድትቆዩ እንጋብዛችኋለን። ባልደረቦቼ እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ። ሰላም አርፍዳችኋል። በማለዳን የመጣችሁት እንግዲህ በሌሊት ብዙዎቻችን አዲስ አበባ ከተማ እንግዶቿን እየተቀበለች ትገኛለች። አድማጮቻችን እንግዲህ ዛሬ ቀጥታ ስርጭታችን ምንም ጉዳዮች እንደሚጠብቁ ጋብዘን እንመለሳለን። አፈወርቅ ካንተ ጀምር።
Okay, thank you very much. Addis Ababa is now hosting two major issues. Yesterday, the Italy-Africa Summit or Forum took place in Addis Ababa, and today, the 39th African Union Summit, the regular session, is going to kick off today as well. And we are here as usual in the studio just to give you the most important issues regarding this summit. Welcome to Addis Media Network, Addis Television, and all our channels here. We definitely give you all the important stations of our today's lesson, and our studio guests are also here, and many other reporters are also out of our studio. So we definitely give you important lessons about our today's session, and we definitely ask you just to be with us till the end of our program.
galatoomii abbo kamultan daawwattoota keenya kun tamsaasa keenya kallattii Addis Media Network akkasuma immoo miidiyaa kan moo chaanaliiwwan AMN qabu AMN Plus dabalatee karaa toora raadiyoo Facebook fi akkasuma toora miidiyaa hawaasa garagaraan simbira dhaqqabaa jiru tamsaasa keenya kallattiitii Finfinneen jila qabdi guyyaa kaleessaa eegaluun akkasuma immoo roobii darbee eegaluun jechuu dandeenya. Egaa yaa'een mana maree hojii raawwachiistuu gamtaa Afrikaa guyyoota lamaaf akkasuma guyyaan kaleessaa yaa'een Italy Afrikaa hariiroon biyyoota lamaan gidduu jiru Xaaliyaanii fi akkasuma immoo Afrikaa gidduu jiru maal fakkaata ka jedhu yaa'in guyyaa kaleessaa taa'ameera. Guyyaa har'aa immoo yaa'ii dureewwan gamtaa Afrikaa 39ffaan as Finfinneetti taa'amuuf daqiiqota muraasa ka hafan. Kanaaf Finfinneen jila qabdii keessummoota jajjaboo hedduu addunyaarraa akkasuma ardii keenyarraa wal waamanii Finfinnee jiru. Finfinneen magaalaan Afrikaanota, magaalaan idila addunyaa, magaalaan biyyi lammaffaan Afrikaanota. Egaa gurraachota walitti qabdee keessummeessuuf qophii ishee xumurtee jirti. Guyyaa har'aa gamtaan Afrikaa yaa'ii isaa 39ffaa ni eegala. Addis Media Network karaa toorota miidiyaa qabu maraan tamsaasa kallattii isin bira dhaqqabsiisuu eegalee jira. as stuudioodhaati afaanota garaagaraa miiltoowwan keenya magaalaa Finfinnee bakka garaagaraa jiran akkasumas galma gamtaa Afrikaa keessa jiranii odeeffannoo dabalataa nutti himu. Ani sanyii Taaddasaa kutaa afaan Oromooti, Abbuchaaleen afaan Amaariffaan, Afwarq kutaa afaan Ingiliffaarraati, Nuwaal afaan Arabaa fi akkasumas Fitsum afaan Tigriffaatiin odeeffannoowwan garaagaraa as Finfinneedha akkasumas galma gamtaa Afrikaatiin nuti saasii waan irratti qophoofne. Isinitti waliin turraa yaa'icha akka milkaa'uuf egaa jiraattonni magaalaa Finfinnee tumsa isaanii baratame ni taasisuun abdii keenya keessummaan namatti dhufe egaa fuula ifaan simatanii fuula ifaan gaggeessu waan ta'eef keessummoota keessan fuula ifaan simadhaan aamsa keenya odeeffannoowwan garaagaraa isinitti waliin turraa aga xumura tamsaasa keenyaatti waliin turaasni jenna.
አመሰግናለሁ ሰኝ ለዋል ባክሽ
أمسكنا سيداتي وسادتي أهلا بكم في هذه التغطية الخاصة من العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. تتجه أنظار القارة السمراء بل والعالم أجمع نحو مقر الاتحاد الإفريقي حيث تستعد القارة الإفريقية لحدثها الأبرز في 14 من فبراير لعام 2026 وهو انطلاق أعمال القمة 39 لرؤساء وحكماء ودول القادة الأفارقة. سأكون معكم زملائي من استديوهات شبكة أديس الإعلامية. أنا نوال جامع باللغة العربية وسيتواجد معي زملائي بمختلف اللغات حتى نغطي لكم أحداث هذا اليوم المميز. سيكون معي زميلي باللغة الأمهرية أبو وزميلي باللغة الأورومية سني وزميلي باللغة التجرينية فتصوم وكذلك باللغة الإنجليزية أفورق. مشاهدينا هذا اليوم هو حدث كبير بالنسبة للقارة الإفريقية حيث يجتمع فيها قادة الدول الأفارقة في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا حتى يقوموا بمناقشة عدد كبير من الملفات التي تعتبر من الأكثر حساسية بالنسبة للقارة الإفريقية. مشاهدينا أدعوكم أن تبقوا معنا إلى ختام هذه التغطية على شبكة أديس الإعلامية.
نوال بس مسجني شارلو فصو
يغني لي أبو قدمي 3 ويدما 4 عامات بقواصرا أوروباويان أب 1950 كسب 1970 عامات فرنجي أبزلو مالتيو ناي قدم ودب حدنت أفريقيا نايلو مدما ኅብረት أفريقيا كابز مسرت إنه أبتاو كبتي ከተማ አዲስ አበባ ጉባኤው ምክያድ ካብ ጅምር ሎሚ መበል 39 ዓመቱ ረጊጽሎም ሰላም ከመይት ሓድሩ ዝኸበርኩም ተመልከትና ሎሚ ዝካየድ መበል 39 ኅብረት አፍሪካ ምልክትና ለማዓንቲ በአዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ ማለቱን በክልቲኦም ቻናላትናን በኤፍኤማትናን ማለትዩ በቀጥታ ዘለው ሓበሬታታት ናባኹም ንብጻሕ ተዳሊና ለና አብ ናይሎ ማዓንቲ ጉባኤ መበል 39 ኅብረት አፍሪካ ማለትዩ ብርክዝ በሉ ዛዕባታት ብፍላይ ድማ ረብሓ አፍሪካውያን ከኽብሩ ዝኽእሉ ብፉሊ ድማ ኢትዮጵያውን እትርብሐሉ አጀንዳ ለማዓንቲ ክላዓሊ ተባሂሉ ተጽቢት ዝግበር ክቡራት ተመልከትና በብዘለኹም ኮይንኩም መስኮት ቴሌቪዥንኩም አባና ብምግባር ክትከታተሉና በኽብር ንዕድመኩም ሕዝውን ሰናይ ምክታል
አመሰግናለሁ ባልደረቦቼ እንግዲህ አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ ላይ ትገኛላችሁ የቀጥታ ስርጭታችን እንግዲህ አፍሪካ ኅብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ እስከሚጠናቀቅበት አፍታ ድረስ የሚቀጥል ነው የሚሆነው ኤሜን ዋናው ጣቢያ ባሻገር በአማራጭነት ቀደም ሲል ያደመጣችኋቸው ቋንቋዎችን ጨምሮ ሌሎች ቋንቋዎች ያሉበት ነው ኤሜን ፕላስ ይህንን የቀጥታ ስርጭት የምታደምጡባቸው ሌሎች አማራጮች ናቸው የማህበራዊ የመረጃ ትስስር ገጾቻችን ከተወዳጃችሁ ደግሞ ከዚሁ ከስቱዲዮ እንዲሁም ደግሞ ከአፍሪካ ኅብረት ዋና መቀመጫ ጽፈት ቤት ቀጥታ ስርጭት የሚካሄደውን የመሪዎች ስብሰባ በተመለከተ የሚተላለፉ መልእክቶችን ሌሎች ጉዳዮችን በተመለከተ ደግሞ በቀጥታ የምታደምጡ የምትከታተሉ ነው የሚሆነው አብራችሁን ትቆዩ እንጋብዛለን ኤፍኤም 96.3 ደግሞ በአማራጭነት እንዲሁ ለሬዲዮ ተወዳጆች ይህንን መረጃ ለማድረስ በአማራጭነት የቀረበ የመገናኛ ብዙሃን አውታራችን ነው አብራችሁን እንድትቆዩ እንጋብዛችኋለን በድጋሚ ባልደረቦች በድጋሚ እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን ለኛም አዲስ በምትመስል መልኩ ለየት ብላለች ሰሞኑን የአፍሪካ ኅብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤን ለማስተናገድ ብቻ ሳይሆን ሌሎች ዓለም አቀፍ ሁነቶችን ሌሎች ስለለቀ የሚባሉ ተጽዕኖ ፈጣሪ ግለሰቦችንም ጭምር ለመቀበል አስደናቂ ሆና የቀረበችበት እንደነበር ማንሳት እንችላለን ትላንት ማምሻውን ትልቅ ሁነት ስታስተናግድ ነበር አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን በአፍሪካ በአይነቱ ለመጀመሪያ እንደሆነ የተነገረለትን ባለፈው ዓመት በ2024 ዓመተ ምህረት ማለት ከሁለት ዓመት በፊት በጣሊያን ሮም የተካሄደው የመጀመሪያው የጣሊያን አፍሪካ ጉባኤ ሁለተኛውን ጉባኤ አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን አስተናግዳለች ለዚሁ ለአፍሪካ ኅብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ የተገኙ የአፍሪካ ሀገራት መሪዎች ዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማት አመራሮችና የጣሊያን ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ጆርጂያ ሜሎኒ የተመራ የጣሊያን ከፍተኛ ልዑካን ቡድን በዚሁ ስብሰባ ላይ ተገኝተዋል በአዲስ ኢንተርናሽናል ኮንቬንሽን ማዕከል የተካሄደው ሁነት በርካታ እንግዶች የተገኙበት በተለይ በጣሊያንና በአፍሪካ መካከል ያለውን ግንኙነት ይበልጥ ታሪካዊና በሁለትዮሽ ተጠቃሚነት ላይ የተመሰረተ ብቻ ሳይሆን ዘመን በሚፈልጋቸው ዘመን በሚዋጁ የትብብር መስኮች ላይ ሁለቱ አህጉራት አብረው መስራት የሚችሉባቸው የትብብር መስኮችን ይበልጥ ለማጠናከር ቃል ኪዳን የተገባበት ተጨማሪ እርምጃዎችን ለመውሰድ ቃል የተገባበት ነው። በኢንሪኮ ማቴ የተሰየመው የማቴ ቅድም በተለይ በጣሊያንና በአፍሪካ መካከል ያለው ዲፕሎማሲያዊ ትብብር ይበልጥ በኢኮኖሚ በማህበራዊና በሌሎች የልማት ዘርፎች ላይ ተጠናክሮ መቀጠል የሚችልበትን እድል ማስፋት ያስቻሉ ሀሳቦች የተነሱበት እንደነበር በትላንትናው አመሻሽ ላይ ተከታትለናል። ዛሬ የሚጠበቀው 39ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ደግሞ አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን ብዙዎቹን እየተቀበለች ትገኛለች። ምስል ላይ የተመለከተ እንደምንገኘው በአዲስ አበባ የተለያዩ አካባቢዎች እንግዶችን ለመቀበል እየተደረገ ያለው ዝግጅት እጅግ በጣም ደማቅ እንደሆነ እየተመለከትን እንገኛለን። ከዚሁ ከስቱዲዮ ከምናነሳቸው ሀሳቦች ባሻገር በእነዚሁ የአዲስ አበባ የተወሰኑ አካባቢዎች ላይ ያለውን ሁነት በተመለከተ እንግዶች እንዴት እየተቀበልን ነው፣ አዲስ አበባ ወደ አዳራሹ እንዴት እያመሩ ነው፣ እንግዶቹ አቀባበል ሁኔታ ምን ይመስላል የሚለውን በአማራጭነት ሪፖርተሮቻችን በስፍራው ተጨማሪ መረጃ የሚያደርሱ ነው የሚሆነው። እንዳገኘናቸው በየመሃሉ ከተለያዩ አካባቢዎች ላይ ተጨማሪ መረጃ እንዲያደርሱን ከማለዳ ጀምሮ ሪፖርተሮቻችን በተለያዩ አዲስ አበባ አካባቢዎች ላይ ተሰማርተዋል። ከዚሁ ከስቱዲዮ ባሻገር በአማራጭነት እነዚሁ ሪፖርተሮቻችን መረጃ የሚያደርሱ ነው የሚሆነው። ጥቂት ሀሳቦችን እያነሳ ለመቆየት ያክል አዲስ አበባ ከተማ እንግዲህ የአፍሪካ አንድነት ድርጅት ሲመሰረት ቀድሞ እንደ ዋና መቀመጫ ተደርጋ ከመቆጠሯን በፊት ጀምሮ ቀድማ አዳራሽ ሁሉ በማዘጋጀት አሁን የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት የኢኮኖሚ ኮሚሽን አዳራሽ ተብሎ የሚጠራውን አካባቢ ለዚሁ ለአፍሪካ ድርጅት የምስረታ ቦታ እንዲውል በማድረግም ጭምር ነበር ለአፍሪካውያን ያላትን ከፍተኛ ስፍራና ለአፍሪካ ያላትን ቀናይነት ያሳየችበት እንደሆነ ይታወቃል። ከዛም በኋላ አፍሪካ ድርጅት ከተመሰረተ ማግስትም ጀምሮ ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ የህብረቱ ዋና መቀመጫ አፍሪካውያን የጋራ ቤት ሆና ተወስናለች። ከዛም በኋላ ባሉ አመታት ግን ኢትዮጵያ ለአፍሪካውያን ለጥቁር ህዝቦች ካበረከተችው ከፍተኛ አስተዋጽኦ ባሻገር ከተማዋ አፍሪካ ዋና ከተማነት ሊመጥን የሚችል ቁመና ሳይኖራት ቆይታለች። ለረጅም አመታት ያክል የመሰረተ ልማት አውታሮቿ አህጉሩን ሊመጥኑ የማይችሉ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ደግሞ ልክ እንደነ ኒውዮርክና ጄኔቫ ብለን እንደምናነሳቸው የዲፕሎማሲ መዳረሻዎችም ጭምር በአማራጭነት ለሁነት ማስተናገጃ የሚሆኑ ስፍራዎች በውል ያልነበሯት ከተማዋም ደረጃዋ ያን ያክል ይህ ነው ተብሎ ሊነሳ የሚያስችል የሚያስመሰግናት ደረጃ ላይ አልነበረችም። በተለይ ያለፉ 2 እና 3 አመታት ግን አዲስ አበባ ከተማ እያሳየች የምትገኘው ለውጥ በኮሪደር ልማት፣ በወንዝ ዳርቻ ልማት እንዲሁም ሌሎች ከከተማ ልማት ጋር በተያያዙ ጉዳዮች ላይ የነበራት እንቅስቃሴ በእርግጥም የአፍሪካውያን መናገሻ ስለመሆኗ ያስያዘ ነበር። ትላንት ላይ በነበረን ቀጥታ ስርጭት ስናነሳ አዲስ አበባ ከተማ የህብረቱ መቀመጫነት ለማንሳት ከፍተኛ እንቅስቃሴዎች ሲካሄዱ ቆይተዋል። ከአዲስ አበባ ተነስተው ወደ ሌሎች አማራጭ ከተሞች እንዲሄድም ጭምር ከፍተኛ ግፊትም ጭምር ነበር። አንደኛው ጉዳይ ከተማዋ የሚመጥን ቁመና አልነበራትም ለህብረቱ እንዲሁም ደግሞ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ በርካታ እንግዶችን ለማስተናገድ የሚበቁ አይነት ዝግጅት የላትም የሚል ምክንያት ነበር። አሁን ግን እነዚሁን ተቺዎች ሁሉ አፍ ያስያዘችበት ቁመና ላይ ስለመሆኗ ማንሳት እንችላለን። ሰኞ የከተማዋን እንቅስቃሴዎች በተለያዩ አጋጣሚዎች ላይ በዘገባም በተለያዩ አማራጮች ስትቃኝ እንደነበር አስታውሳለሁ። ከተማውን የደረሰችበት ደረጃ በእርግጥ ለነዋሪዎቿ ምቹ የመሆን የከተማ ደረጃ መመጠን የመጀመሪያው ቤት ስራ ነው። ተጨማሪ ግን እንደዚህ አይነት መሰል አህጉራዊ ሁነቶችን በብቃት ለማስተናገድ ለአፍሪካውያን ደግሞ ኩራት መሆን የምትችልበትን እድል ማመቻቸት ያስቻለ ልማት እንዳላት መታዘብ እንችላለንና ከተማዋ ከአፍሪካ ድርጅት ምስረታ ወዲህ ያሳየቻቸው ለውጦችን እንዴት ማንሳት እንችላለን ከሚለው ሀሳብ እንጀምራለን። እድሉን ካንተ ሰጥቼ ልጀምር።
አቡ ገለቶኒ ዳውቶ ተከኘ ከበጀው ተምሳስ ከኘ ከለቲ ሲመረቀቡ አኩማ ኢትዮጵያ ከኘ ጅሩ ሞተ ገራገራ ካሳ ጅራ ጋፍን ፍኔን ጅለ ቀብዲ ጅለ አፍሪካ ራ ስርካ ደላ ዱኛ ፊያ ከስሞሞ ቢዮተ ገራገራ ራ ወለቲ ባባሃን ከሱሜ ሳቲ ከሸን ጅርቱ ጋ አኩማ አቡን ካሴ ኮምሰራ ዋጋባባ ኢላሉፍ ጉያ ከሌሳ ያኢን ኢታሊ አፍሪካ ሀሪሮን ቢዮተ ለማኒ ወጎታ ሙራስር ረኤ ገለሜ ከመርሳ ለመፋን አሴ ሀንዱራ ቢየኬኛ ከታተ ፍንፍኔቲ ከስሞሞ ቴሶ ዲፕሎማቶታ ከሶ መጋሉታ ከጀኔቪት አኑ ዳንካቱ ፍንፍኔቲ ያከሌሳ ታሚቲ ከነኒ ጅሩም ጋ ከሱማ ጣሊያኒ ፊ አፍሪካን ሀሪሮ ወጋዲ ራቀቡ ኢትዮጵያ ወለኒ ሰክሱ ወጀቹ ደንደኛ ከናፈጋ ሀሪሮን ቢዮታ ቢየከናፈ ከሶሞ አካርዲ ትጅሩ ሀሪሮ ድሞታ ሰዲ ግዱ ገሌፈቴራ ድሞታ በርኖታ ፈያፊ ኡራሌ ሚሶማ ግዱ ገሌፈተኒዳ ከናፍ ድሞታ ከነረት ወሊን ወጀተማቲ ቱሬ ከናፈጋ ሀሪሮ ሰነጭምሱ ለፊ መሪ በልአቱ ታሲፈሚ ጉያ ከሌሳ ሚኒስትር ሞሜ ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ ደበለቴ ሬወን ገራገራ ረተርገመኔሮ ሀረሞ ያኢ ገምታ አፍሪካቲ ፍንፍኔት ከንታ አሙፍ ጅሩ እጋ ኢትዮጵያን ዱሩ መራው እንዴፈመ ገምታ ከናራካቴ biyya gahee olaanaa bahatteedha. Sababni isaa nuti Afrikaanonni yoo tokko taane malee yoo waliin dhaabbanne malee keessumaatii adeemsa siyaasaa amma argaa jiru kana dura dhaabbachuu hin dandeenyu kan jedhu yeroo sana dureewwan yeroo sana turantu kana hubataniiti gamtaan kun akka hundaa'uuf biyyoota haga 32 walitti qindeessuudhaan keessumaa mooticha Haile Sillaasee yeroo sana turan yaada kana maddisiisuudha. Ani Afrikaan tokko yoo taate malee dhiibbaa addunyaa kana ofirraa qolachuu hin dandeessu kan jedhu yaada kaa'anii gahee Itoophiyaan gamtaa kana keessatti qabdus achumaan bu'uureessanii jechuudha. Achiiti kaatisaa yeroo sana gaa kan isaan jedhanii hundeessanii dhaabbata gamtaa Afrikaa jedhaniiti kan isaan hundeessan. Egaa waggoota booda keessumaa baroota 1960 booda immoo gamtaa Afrikaatti maqaan isaa akka fooyya'u ta'ee jechuudha. Gamtaan kun egaa yeroo garagaraatti hojiiwwan garagaraa dhimmoota Afrikaan wal qabatan hojjetaatii ture. Boodarragaa gamtaa kana keessatti yookaan immoo wanti akka ajandaatti irra deddeebiin ka'aa ture teessoon gamtaa kanaa eessa ta'uu qaba kan jedhudha. Teessoo gamtaa Afrikaa magaalaa Finfinnee irraa kaasuun magaalota biraatti jijjiiruuf yaalii hedduutu taasisame. Keessumaatti yaa'iin Akraa Gaanaatti taa'ame kan yaadatamudha. Yeroo sana ministeera muummee biyya kanaa akka turan obbo Mallas Zeenaawii kan amma lubbuun hin jirre yaadota garagaraa kaasaniiti gara Finfinneetti teessoon kun akka deebi'uuf keessumaatti gahee Itoophiyaan bilisummaa gamtaa bilisummaa Afrikaa kibbaaf keessumaa leenjii Taaddasaa Birruu namoota akka Maandeellaa fa'aa leenjisaa turan yaadota akka kanaa kaasuudhaani teessoon gamtaa Afrikaa gara magaalaa Finfinneetti akka deebi'u taasisan. Kanaaf egaa yaa'iin Akraa yaa'ii salphaa hin turre Gaanaa Akraatti kan taa'ame egaa ejjennoowwan sana qabachuudhaan teessoon gamtaa Afrikaa gara magaalaa Finfinneetti deebi'ee jechuudha. Egaa dhimmoonni ijoon ka'aa turan yeroo sana magaalaan Finfinnee bu'uuraalee misoomaa sanaaf tolan yookaan gamtaa kana keessummeessuudhaaf akkasuma immoo teessoo gamtaa kanaa ta'uuf ishee dandeessisu hin qabduu yaadamni jedhu tureera. Sana hundumaa egaa dureewwan yeroo keessatti Itoophiyaan horatte mormii jabaa taasisuudhaani teessoon gamtaa kanaa akka as turu taasise. Boodarra immoo egaa keessumaatii dhimmoonni Afrikaa ilaallatan gamtaa Afrikaan akka hin ilaalamneef illee dhiibbaa garagaraatu taasifamaa ture. Jijjiirama booda keessumaatii yaalii ministeerri muummee Dr. Abiy Ahmed taasisaniin dhimmoonni Afrikaa ilaallatan Afrikaamatti ilaalamuu qabu ejjennoo jedhuun egaa biyyoonni gamtaa Afrikaa hedduun isaanii akka irratti walii galamu taasisaniiti jiru. Itoophiyaan gamtaa kana keessatti gahee olaanaa qabdi yoo jennu baroota keessatti qabxiiwwan akka kana kaasuun ni danda'ama. Egaa Finfinneen teessoo gamtaa Afrikaa ishee dhugaatii kan jedhu mirkaneessuuf immoo hojiin bu'uuraalee misoomaa hedduutu hojjetaman. Kawaggoota afran shanan darbanii kan ilaallu yoo ta'e misoomni kooriidarii hagam akka inni Finfinnee tiraansfoorma godhe ilaaluun ni danda'ama. Misooma magaalattii jijjiira. Egaa dureewwan biyyoota hedduu Finfinnee dhufanii akka ragaa bahan taasiseera. Kanaaf Finfinneen teessoo gamtaa Afrikaa qofa odoo hin taane teessoo dippiloomaatota idila addunyaa jajjaboo akka taatu ishee taasiseera. Kun ammoo bu'aa bu'uuraalee misoomaa Finfinnee keessatti ijaaramaniiti. Finfinneen teessoo gamtaa Afrikaa ishee dhugaa ta'uu ishee hojii misoomaa bu'uuraalee misoomaa garagaraa diriirsuudhaan daandii bal'aa ijaaruudhaan tajaajiloota hospitaalitiin wal qabatan babal'isuudhaan mijataa taasisuun teessoo gamtichaa isa dhugaa ta'uu dandeesseetu. Kun ammoo bu'aa keessumaatii waggoota 5-6 darban hojjetamanii immoo caalmaatti mirkaneessuun danda'ameera jennee kaasuu dandeenya. Egaa namoonni bebbeekamoo hedduun Finfinnee daawwataniiru. Finfinnee fiidbaakii akkamii kennanii dubdeebiin isaanii maalii kan jedhu boodarra itti deebina. Hundaafuu garuu Finfinneen hojii bal'aa hojjetameen teessoo gamtaa Afrikaa ishee dhugaa ta'uu ishee mirkaneeffachuu dandeesseetti.
አመሰግናለሁ ሰኝ ፍጹም እንግዲህ ያው ሰኝም ሲያነሳ እንደነበረው አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ከዚህ ቀደም ሲነሱባት የነበሩ ትችቶች አሉ። ያው ዋናው ትልቁ ጥያቄ ነዋሪዎቿ ምቾት እንደሆነ ምንም አይነት ጥያቄ የለውም። ሁሉም ልማቶች ቀጥታ ግንኙነት ሊኖራቸው የሚገባው ከነዋሪዎቹ ሁሉና ጋር እንደሆነ ይታወቃል። ከዛም ሻገር ያለ ቤት ስራ አለባት አዲስ አበባ ከተማ አህጉራዊና ዓለም አቀፍ ቤት ስራና ሲነሱባት የነበሩ ጥያቄዎች ምን ነበሩ? በአፍሪካውያን ሲያነሱ የነበሩት የአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያን ኢትዮጵያ በሉዓላዊነት ነፃ መሆኗን ሀገሯን ካለን ታሪክ ባሻገር እንደ ከተማ ልንኮራ የምንችልበት ገጽታ ነበረ ነው በፊት አሁን ካለው ጋር ያነጻጸር
يقنيلي أبو زخبركم تملكتنا بقطة تكتاتلو زلهم مبل 39 وعلى مرحتي ኅብረት أفريقيا أملكتنا بدمص ولدو زخونه አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ ነምሐላልፎ ዘለና ቀጥታ ፈነውይ ከም ዝፍለጥ ናብ ዝዕለት እዚ ንምምጻሕ ኢትዮጵያ ብዙሕ ዋጋ ከፊላያ ፍላይ እዚ ምስ ዓወት በዓል ዓድዋ ዝተኣሳሰር ዓብይ ረዚን ጉዳይ ይኸውን ማለት እዩ ከም ዝፍለጥ ኢትዮጵያ ካብ አፍሪካ ዘይተገዘአት ወይ ድማ አንኮሎናይዝድ ካንትሪስ ካፍተን ክልተ ማለት እዩ እታ ሓንቲን ፍልጥን ዝኾነት ሃገር ምዃና ዝፍለጥ ጉዳይ እዚ ኅብረት አፍሪካ ዋና መቐመጢት ንኽትከውን ዝተሓረይትሉ ቀንዲ ምክንያት ድማ እዚ ብባዕዳውያን ገዛእቲ ዘይተገዘአት ዘይተበድሀት ሃገር ምዃና ዝፍለጥ ጉዳይ ይኹን እምበር ኢትዮጵያ ዋላ እኳም ብባዕዳዊ ገዛኢ ሰራዊት ጣልያን እንተዘይተወረረት ወይ ድማ انت زي تبدهت انت زي تنبركخت اقام دحريو وانا مقمطيت ودب حدነት افريكا قصيلو لما ኅብረት افريكا انتخونت اقا ነገር ግን በስተፈላልዩ مرحتي إزي نزي أيت متنن زهجر زي أنا تبعلت حبرت أفريقيا أبادي سابا نكي خون استفلا ليو بدوتات خجت مواكم سنحو سفلت كداي يخون أمبر قدم يلوم بزنور مرحتي إثيوبيا حبرت أفريقيا كابا كم زي لك زبلت نعاز ملكات كداي كم سخونة نعاز جبا كداي كم سخونة ما مرحتها خك على سوس أنحمن أو زبر كزير ما بس يحلهم حزي عم بل سلاسان تشعتن حبرت أفريقيا كلمة خلنا إثيوبيا كم تلاقي كرم حزنا وربطه ملك حيكون تنزلها زبلت تمحيشا ديجيتالايزر زخونه كتما هانيصان صريان نعايشا دما كابني عين سحبنت بتوسخي بناي هوتيلات انجلوتاون ناركعت تركب زلا هاجر كوينالا كتما አዲስ አበባ بمسكوت تلفزيون كم تعزبوا زلكم عزيات صبيق زلا كتما እዚ ድማ ናይ حبرت أفريقيا ወይ ድማ አንጻር بعدوان ገዛአት ምቅላሳት رحنت يكونس أفريقيا خم أفريقيا ون معبلت نختكون اتجبروا زلام ناي دبلوماسي ناي بوليتيكاوي كم دما استفلاليو قالستات لمعات وصيت كم سخونه دما ازي جهد نجري مالتي لما انتي مبل 39 وعلى مرحله حبرت افريقيا تانا قد امبر قدمي حدن كلتن معلتاتون كالوت وعلاتات كسالوتو صنحم يوم نابنت نمتقاس زاكل مبل 48 وعلى فصم سرح حبرت افريقيا ون اب كتما አዲስ አበባ ተኻይዲ ቀጽሉን አፍሪካን ጣሊያንን ብዝበለጸ ዘራኸብ ድማ ጆይንት ዝኾነ መድረኽ ኣብ ሞንጎ ኢትዮጵያ ወይ ድማ ኣብ ኢትዮጵያ ከተማ አዲስ አበባ ንአፍሪካውያን ብምውካል ተኻይዲ ኣብዙ ዓላዚ ንምርካብ እዚ ዓላዚ ንመበል ካልኣይ ግዜ ወይ ድማ ካልኣይ ግዜ ዝካየድ ዘሎ ዋዕላ ከም ዝኾነ ዝፍለጥ እዩ ቀዳማይቲ ሚኒስተር ጣሊያን ዝኾነ ጆርጂያ ሜሎኒ እውን ብቀዳማይ ሚኒስተር ፌደራል ዶክተር አብይ አሕመድ አቀባብላ ተገይሩለን እዩ እዘን ቀዳማይቲ ሚኒስተር ናብ ኢትዮጵያ ብፍላይ ድማ ናብ አዲስ አበባ ከመጻ ከለዋ ኣብ ሞንጎ ኢትዮጵያን ጣሊያንን ዘሎ ርክብ ብመዳይ ንግዲ ኢንቨስትመንት አርቲፊሻል ኢንተለጀንስን ካልኦት ልማዓታዊ ዓውድታትን ዝተጠናኸረ ርክብ ንምግባር እውን ዝጠመተ ከም ዝኾነ ተገሊጹ ማለት እዩ ካልኦት ዋዕላታት እውን በዚ ክቅጽሉ እዮም ምክንያቱ ኣብ ሞንጎ ጣሊያንን አፍሪካን ወይ ድማ ኣብ ሞንጎ ጣሊያንን ኢትዮጵያን ተጀሚሩ ዘሎ ክልቲኣዊ ርክብ ድማ ካልኦት ሃገራት ኣውሮፓ ይኹኑ ናይ ኤስያ ሃገራት ኣብ ሞንጎ አፍሪካ ወይ ድማ ምስ አፍሪካ ዘለዎን ርክቡን ከጠናኸራ እዚ ዓብይ በሪ ዝኸፍት እዩ ማለት እዩ ሕዚ እውን ምሳና ጽንሑ ይቀንል
አመሰግናለሁ ፍጹም አፈወርቅ ወደ አንተ እንመጣለን በርከት ያሉ ዘገባዎችን ሰርታል ከዚህ ቀደም አፍሪካን ድርጅት ምስረታን በተመለከተ አዲስ አበባ ኢትዮጵያን አበርክቶም በተመለከተ በርከት ያሉ ትዝብቶች እንዳሉ ተስፋ አደርጋለሁና በፊት የነበራት የአዲስ አበባ ገጽታ አሁን ካለው መልኳና አሁን ካለው ቁመናው ጋር እንዴት እናነጻጽራታለን ርቀቱ ምን ያክል ይሁን
Okay, thank you very much for this chance actually. If I start with what you said earlier, it's actually a miracle I can say because as compared to what Addis Ababa was before, if a person has a kind of look at what the city has now, he can definitely say or she can definitely say that Addis Ababa has transformed so dramatically. And to the extent someone can't express how definitely the city has brought that change actually. So if I have to start with the change, I can simply say that it's a dramatic change, but I have to start with how African Union headquarters Addis Ababa is transforming gradually and how Addis Ababa or Ethiopia is selected just to host the African Union here in Ethiopia. I definitely start with how Ethiopia is significant if we have to talk about globally, okay? So Addis Ababa is now the first country just to be never colonized by any European power, right? So Ethiopia is the first country, or Ethiopia is a country without any colonization, without any colonial power from abroad. So the country's independence history is the first thing just to select Ethiopia, just to host the African Union. I mean, the history starts with them. And Ethiopia is not only the country without being colonized in any power. The country's rich cultural heritage, rich potential, and many other issues can be mentioned here. For instance, if we have to talk about the population number, Ethiopia is the second most populous country in Africa, right? So that is one asset. I can talk about that, by the way. And the other thing, if we have to talk about Ethiopia's uniqueness in this status quo, the fact that Ethiopia is the origin of humankind, right? Ethiopia is the first country just for its recognizable role in pointing out how humankind was first discovered in Ethiopia because many human species were found in a far region of Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is again the other region for coffee. Now globally, coffee is a very good product being actually preferred by many of European countries or many countries in the world as well. So Ethiopia is the other country just with regions as well. These issues are now very good reasons and examples why the African Union is in Ethiopia. If we go beyond that, I can say Ethiopia has actually many other issues. For instance, we definitely say that Ethiopia is now the peak of two extremes, I can say. The hottest area is found in Afar region, which is called Danakil Depression, right? So this is the hottest area, and we do have mountainous areas as we definitely go to the northern part of our country. So if we have to mention many other countries in Europe or many other countries actually globally, we can't get these two extremes at the same time, but Ethiopia has these two extremes. That is why we're saying Ethiopia is now unique in this status quo. Geographically speaking, Ethiopia is the other most important country because it's actually located in the eastern part of our country. So having that chance, Ethiopia is now hosting the African Union. Now, the point is here, you may get actually the chance, or you may definitely host the African Union because of your history, because of your independence, because of your geographic location. But what do you do just to go well through time, as we definitely witness? The first thing is the corridor development. The development aspects in the city are now, being recognized by not only by Ethiopians but also many foreigners. We mention Africans who often visit Addis Ababa, and they are mentioned time and again that Addis Ababa is now progressing well. This progress is again example for many African countries, because this is new era of renaissance, new era of change, because we have been said that Africans were not using their potential perfectly and accordingly. But Addis Ababa is now a good example for how we definitely use our resources perfectly if we have a very good leadership. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's role in this regard can be mentioned, as I definitely feel that without his prominent role in coordinating the people, coordinating financial issues, and coordinating leadership, this wouldn't have been realized, right? So the corridor development is the first thing, just to witness how Addis Ababa is progressing well. And the riverside developments now, as I said, just to meet Addis Ababa's reputation as the hub of African diplomacy, corridor development and riverside developments are very good examples. And these riverside developments, for instance, now are now calls for someone suspicious. We can decide just to stay there for a long period of time. That's why tourists are now staying here for a long period of time. They're extending their stay here, and they're even again giving recommendation for many other tourists to visit Ethiopia as well. That is a very good thing here I can mention. So if we have to talk about how Addis Ababa is progressing well, we mention these two things as a very good point, but it goes beyond that. The other thing is, as I said, the facilities here, the service facilities here in Addis Ababa are now progressing well, I can say, because we have to talk about how Addis Ababa is progressing this time around. That's why, for instance, we made actually a kind of interview with many other guys who are living here, whether diplomats or tourists actually. They were said that Addis Ababa is not now simply the hub of Africa's diplomacy. It is the example for Africans as well, for African countries, because all those who are living here in Addis Ababa are feeling that the services here, all the facilities here in Addis Ababa are very good examples for many other African countries. Truly speaking, as you said, Abu, Addis Ababa is now progressing time and time again, but this progress are not confined only to the facilities of services, the hotel services, or corridor and riverside developments, but it goes beyond that. 24/7 services are open. And all those tour guides, for instance, all many service providers are ready just to give up-to-date services for all delegates or representatives or leaders from many parts of our country or continent, right? So that's why we're saying Addis Ababa's transformation this time around is up to its standard as a hub of African diplomacy. And if we have to continue just talking about that, services and many other development works will go on time and again.
Thank you. አመሰግናለሁ አፈወርቅ። በጣም ለዋል ምን ማንሳት እንችላለን? ብዙ ሰማሽ እስካሁን።
شكرا. مشاهدينا نستكمل معكم تغطية هذا الحدث المميز وهو أعمال القمة 39 لرؤساء وحكماء وقادة الدول الأفارقة الذين يجتمعون اليوم 14 من فبراير في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا في مقر الاتحاد الإفريقي. مشاهدينا أود أن أذكركم بما حدث في اليومين الماضيين وهما 11 و12 من فبراير والتي تمت فيها أعمال الدورة 48 للمجلس التنفيذي الوزاري، وهي الدورة التي وضعت النقاط على الحروف في أكثر الملفات تعقيداً بالنسبة للقارة الإفريقية تمهيداً لعرضها في القادة أو القمة القادة اليوم. مشاهدينا كما نرى على الشاشة هناك توافد لعدد كبير من رؤساء وقادة الدول الأفارقة للعاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا للمشاركة في القمة 39. بالنسبة للعاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا مشاهدينا هناك تطور كبير في العاصمة أديس أبابا والتي أصبحت بذلك مقراً لقيام أو استضافة عدد كبير من المقرات الدولية والقارية. بسبب هذا قامت عمدة مدينة أديس أبابا بتطوير الممرات في عدد كبير من عواصم أو من مدن أديس أبابا أو عاصمة أديس أبابا وهي أديس أبابا أو عاصمة إثيوبيا وهي أديس أبابا، والتي قاموا فيها بتطوير الممرات في منطقة كاسانتشس وأرات كيلو وعدد كبير من الأحياء التي تقوم باستضافة عدد كبير من القادة والزوار من مختلف دول العالم. مشاهدينا عدد كبير من الزوار الذين توافدوا إلى أديس أبابا والذين أشادوا بالتطور الذي تشهده العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا، وكذلك بالنسبة للفندقة التي تقوم باستضافة عدد كبير من الزوار للعاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. مشاهدينا قمة هذه السنة تتصدر تحت شعار الأمن المائي وضمان استدامة إمدادات المياه وأنظمة الصرف الصحي تحقيقاً لأهداف أجندة 2063. وكذلك شهدت الدورة 48 نقاشات حادة فيما يخص قضيتي الأمن والسلم في منطقة القرن الإفريقي وعلى رأسها الأوضاع في السودان. وزير الخارجية السوداني محي الدين كذلك قام بتقديم طلب لانضمام عضوية السودان للاتحاد الإفريقي في هذه الدورة، وعدد كبير من الملفات التي وردت بالأمس في مجلس أو الدورة التنفيذية الوزارية 48 بالأمس. كذلك هناك توافد كبير لعدد من رؤساء وقادة الدول الأفارقة في أديس أبابا عاصمة الدبلوماسية ومقر المؤتمرات الدولية والقارية. أديس أبابا شهدت تطورات كبيرة وحافلة نشهدها الآن أمام شاشتنا، شاشة أديس عربي، تطور كبير، وهناك زملاؤنا يتواجدون من كل الأحياء الذين سيوافون بكل المستجدات، وكذلك من مقر الاتحاد الأفريقي والذين سيوافون بالملفات السياسية التي سيتم مناقشتها في الدورة 39 من قمة القادة ورؤساء وحكماء القادة الأفارقة من العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. مشاهدينا نستكمل معكم هذه التغطية المميزة والتي تلفت أنظار العالم كله نحو مقر الاتحاد الإفريقي. هذه القمة بشكل أساسي يتم هذه السنة قيادتها من قبل رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي محمود علي يوسف، والذي يقوم بقيادة هذه القمة لأول مرة بعد قيادة موسى فكي في السنة الماضية. فلذلك مشاهدينا مع دقات الساعة سيتم افتتاح القمة. أدعوكم حتى تبقوا معنا إلى ختام هذه التغطية المميزة وتتابعوا معنا التطور الذي تشهده أديس أبابا. وهذا ما نشاهده على شاشتنا اليوم. أنظار العالم كلها تتجه نحو أديس أبابا مقر الدبلوماسية ومقر العواصم الدبلوماسية. نرى فيها تجمع كبير لرؤساء وقادة الدول الأفارقة من قلب العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا، ونشاهد توافد الزوار الذين أشادوا بالتطور الحي الذي تشهده ممرات العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. مشاهدينا، مشروع تطوير الممرات لم يقتصر فقط على العاصمة الإثيوبية، ولكن حتى شمل العديد من المدن الإثيوبية ووصل حتى إلى مدن بعيدة. ولكن هذا التطور هو بقيادة عمدة مدينة أديس أبابا التي وصلت بإثيوبيا لهذا التطور الذي أشاد به العالم، وأصبحت نموذجاً يحتذى به من قبل الأفارقة. مشاهدينا، حتى الآن نحن معكم في هذه التغطية المباشرة للقمة 39 لرؤساء وحكماء والقادة الأفارقة من العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. أرجو منكم أن تبقوا معنا إلى ختام هذه التغطية.
አመሰግናለሁ ሉዋም በርከት ያለ መረጃ እንደሰጠሽን ተስፋ አደርጋለሁ። ተመልካቾቻችን እንግዲህ ከቀናት በፊት የአዲስ አበባ ከተማ ከንቲባም ወይዘሮ አዳነች አቤቤ የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ዝግጅት በተመለከተ የከተማዋን ዝግጅት አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ ላይ ማብራሪያ ሰጥተው ነበር። በዚሁ ማብራሪያቸው ላይ ያነሷቸው በርካታ ጉዳዮች አሉ። አንድ ትልቅ የተናገሩት ሀሳብ አዲስ አበባ ከተማችንን ምናልባትም ደግሞ ለነዋሪዎቿ ከስሟ የቀረበ ማንነት እንዲኖራት በሚያስችል ደረጃ ቀይረናታል የሚል ሀሳብ ነበር ያጋሩት ለመገናኛ ብዙሃን በተሰራጨ ማብራሪያቸው ማለት ነው። አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ለመቀየሯ በርካታ ማሳያዎች አሉ። ከሚታየው በየመንገዶቿ ያሉ የመሰረተ ልማት አውታሮቿም በየአገልግሎት መስጫ ተቋማት ካለው የተቀላጠፈ አገልግሎት ባሻገር ከከተማዋ ስያሜ ጋር የራቁ የቀደሙ ገጽታዎቿን ይበልጥ በመቀየር ረገድ ከተማዋ ለዓመታት ለዘመናት ተሻግሮ የመጡ ስብራቶቿን በመጠገን በየቦታው የሚገኙ የተፈጥሮ ሀብቶቿን በማልማት ከከተማዋ እድገት ከከተማዋ ልማት ጋር ይበልጥ በማስተሳሰር ደረጃ በተለይ ያለፉት ዓመታት የቀደሙን ዓመት በሚያስቆጭ መንገድ ነበር የነበረውን ጥረት ያብራሩበትና የተገኙ ውጤቶችን ያነሱበት መንገድ ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ አሁን ባለው ሁኔታም ከስሟ እጅጉን የቀረበ ገጽታና ማንነት እንዳላት ምስክር መሆን ያስችላል። ብዙዎቹ የመሰረተ ልማት አውታሮች ከዚህ ቀደም የነበረው አይነት የጎደፈ ገጽታ አይደለም የሚታይባቸው። ምስል ላይ የተመለከትን እንደምንገኘው ብዙዎቹ የከተማ ነዋሪዎች ዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ተጽዕኖ ፈጣሪ የሚባሉ ግለሰቦች በከተማዋ እየመጡ የሚሰጡት ታማኝነትም ይሄው ነው። በቅርብ ዓመታት ውስጥ ይህን ያክል አስደናቂ ለውጥ ማምጣት ከተቻለ ከዚህ ቀደም የነበሩ የባከኑ ዓመታትን በሚያስቆጭ መንገድ ነው ከተማዋ ራሷን እየቀየረች እያስተካከለች የምትገኘው። በከተማ ውስጥ የሚገኙ ጸጋዎች ይበልጥ ተጨማሪ እሴትና ማሻሻያዎች ተደርጎባቸው ተጨማሪ ሀገራዊ ትርጉምና ሀገራዊ አበርክቶ እንዲኖራቸውም ጭምር እየተደረጉ ነው የሚገኙት። የመሰረተ ልማት አውታሮች ከዚህ ቀደም የነበረው የትራፊክ መጨናነቅ ከዚህ ቀደም የነበረው ከነዋሪዎቹ እንግልት ጋር ሰበብ የመሆን ምክንያት በአሁኑ ሰዓት ይበልጥ እየተቃለለ እየተቀረፈ የሚገኝበት ሰለሞኑም ጭምር ይነሳል። የከተማ ነዋሪዎች በርካታ ጥያቄዎችን እያነሱ ቆይተዋል። እስካሁን ባለው ሂደት ፍትሃዊ ሀብት ተጠቃሚነቱ እንዳልሆነ የመሰረተ ልማት ተደራሽነት እንዲሁም ደግሞ የማህበራዊና ኢኮኖሚያዊ ተጠቃሚነት ጥያቄዎች የከተማ ነዋሪዎች ሲያነሷቸው የቆዩ ጥያቄዎች ናቸው። የከተማ ልማቶች አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ ይህንን መመለስ በሚያስችል ደረጃ ነው ቁመና ላይ የሚገኙት። ቀደም ሲል ባልደረባ አፈወርቅ ሲያነሳ እንደነበረው በከተማዋ ላይ ከተገነቡ የመሰረተ ልማቶች በየመንገዱ ከምናያቸው ለውጦች ባሻገር የከተማዋ ደረጃ የተቀየረ ማንነት የተቀየረ የስራ ባህልም ጭምር ከተማዋ በጥቂት ዓመታት ውስጥ ማሻገር ያስቻለችው እሴት ነው። በአገር አቀፍ ደረጃ ኢትዮጵያ በዓለም አቀፍ ሊነሱ የሚችሉ ተሞክሮች አሏት። ታላቁ የአድዋ ድል ማንሳት እንችላለን። ከዛም በኋላ ባለው ሁኔታ ኢትዮጵያውያን በጋራ ተሰባስበው አይቻልምን የሰበሩበት ታላቁ የኢትዮጵያ ህዳሴ ግድብ ኢትዮጵያውያን በጋራ ያቆሙት ታላቅ አሻራ እንደሆነም ጭምር ይነሳል። አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ግን ከዚህም የተሻለ ከዚሁም ለሌሎች ከተሞች ምሳሌ መሆን የሚያስችል አሻራን ጭምር እያሻገረች ነው የምትገኘው። በበርካታ አካባቢዎቿ ተግባራዊ እየተደረገ የሚገኘው የከተማዋን በርካታ አካባቢዎች ገጽታ ወደ አዲስ ማንነት የቀየረው የኮሪደር ልማት ዛሬ አዲስ አበባ ብቻ አይደለም የሚገኘው የተለያዩ ክልል አካባቢዎችም ጭምር ይህንን እንደ ትልቅ የቤት ስራና አደራ ወስደውታል። ታሪካዊ ከተሞች እና ሐረር እና ጎንደርን ማንሳት እንችላለን። ውብ ከተሞች እና ሐዋሳ እና ባህር ዳርን መጨመር እንችላለን። በርካታ የቱሪዝም መዳረሻ ስፍራዎች ያሏቸው እንደ ቢሾፍቱ አይነት ከተሞችም ጭምር አዲስ አበባ ያሻገረችው ከፍተኛውን የከተማ ልማት እሴቶቿን ጭምር እንደሆኑ ይነሳል። ከተማ ብቻዋን አይደለም እየለማች ያለችው እንደ ሀገር ተስፈንጥሮ የታሰበበት የብልጽግና ደረጃ ላይ መድረስ የሚያስችል ልምድንም እያሻገረች ነው የምትገኘው ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ። ይኸው ደረጃዋ በዋናነት ቀደም ሲልም ሲነሳ እንደነበረው የከተማዋን ነዋሪዎች ህይወት ማሻሻል፣ የከተማዋን ደረጃ ማስተካከል፣ ለቀጣዩ ትውልድ ደግሞ የበረታች የጠነከረች የቤት ስራዎቿንም ጭምር ያጋመሰች ከተማን ለትውልድ የሚያሻገር የቤት ስራን አለው። እነዚህ የተሰሩ ልማቶች በቀጥታም በተዘዋዋሪ መንገድ ደግሞ መሰል በአህጉራዊ ደረጃ የሚጠብቁን አዲስ አበባ ከተማ እንድትሆንላቸው የሚፈልጉት አይነት ደረጃ ላይ ያደረሷት እያንደረደሯት ስለመሆናቸውም ጭምር ከንቲባ ወይዘሮ አዳነች አቤቤ ከቀናት በፊት በሰጡት ማብራሪያ አንስተዋል። እነዚህ ልማቶች አንድም ጸጋዎች ማልማት ብቻ አይደለም፣ ኢትዮጵያዊ እሴትን አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ገጽታን ይበልጥ ማንጸባረቅ ከምንም በላይ ደግሞ አፍሪካዊ ማንነትና ብሩህ ተስፋን ይበልጥ የሚያጉላት የሚያስችሉ ልማቶች ናቸው። አንዳንድ ቦታዎች ላይ ለምሳሌ ወንዝ ዳርቻ ኮሪደር ልማቶች ላይ የምናያቸው አደባባዮችና ፓርኮች ይህንን በጉልህ ማንጸባረቅ የሚችሉ ናቸው። አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ያላትን ጸጋ ይበልጥ መጠቀም የምትችልበትን ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያ የተሻለ እድገት ደረጃ ላይ መድረስ የምትችልበትን ደረጃ ማሳየት የሚያስችሉ ናቸው። አፍሪካውያን በኢትዮጵያ እንዲኮሩ ሁለተኛ ቤታቸውን ብለው እንዲቀበሉ ማድረግ የሚያስችል የቤተሰብነት የቀረቤታም ስሜት እንዲፈጥሩ የሚያስችሉ ልማቶች ናቸው ከተማዋ ላይ እየተመለከትን የምንገኘው። የወንዝ ዳርቻ ልማቱም ከዚህ ቀደም የከተማዋን የጎደፈ ገጽታ ይበልጥ ቀይሮ ደግሞ የተሻለች ከተማ የተሻለች መዳረሻ እንድትሆን ማድረግ የሚያስችል ደረጃ ላይ ስለመድረሱ ማንሳት ይቻላል። አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን በየዓመቱ ከምናስተናግደው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ እንዲሁም ደግሞ ሌሎች ዓለም አቀፍ ጉባኤዎች ምናልባትም የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ኢኮኖሚክ ኮሚሽን አዲስ አበባ እንደ መቀመጫ እንደማድረጉ እንደዚህ አይነት መሰል ዓለም አቀፍ ሁነቶችን ከማስተናገድ ባሻገር ዛሬ በራሳቸው ሀሳብ በራሳቸው እቅድ ወደ ከተማዋ እየመጡ ጊዜ ማሳለፍ የሚፈልጉ ተጽዕኖ ፈጣሪ ግለሰቦችም እንዲሁም ተቋማት በርከት ብለዋል። ከቀናት በፊት የአዲስ አበባ እንግዳ የነበረው በማህበራዊ መረጃ ትስስር ገጾች በሚሊዮን የሚቆጠር ተከታዮች ያሉት አይሾ ስፒድን ማንሳት እንችላለን። በስም እንኳን ለማስታወስ የተቸገረባት ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያ በአንድ ቀንና በሁለት ቀን ቆይታ ምን ያክል ተጽዕኖ እንደፈጠረበት ከትላንት በስቲያም ጀምሮ ተከታታይ ተንቀሳቃሽ ምስሎችን እያጋራ ነው የሚገኘው። ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያን ያዩ አዲስ አበባ ከተማን ያዩ ዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማት አመራሮችም ይህንን መስክረዋል። የባርቤዶሷ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ሚያሞር ከሰሞኑ ከትሬቨር ናሃ ጋር የነበራት ቆይታ እያደመጥን ነበር። ስለ ታላቁ የኢትዮጵያ ህዳሴ ግድብ መደነቋን አላቆመችም። አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ያቆመችው የአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያም ለኢትዮጵያውያን ለአፍሪካውያን ብቻ ሳይሆን ለመላ የጥቁር ህዝብም ጭምር ታላቅ አሻራና አደራን ያኖረ ታላቅ ማዕከል ስለመሆኑም ጭምር መስክረዋል። ከተለያዩ አካባቢዎች አዲስ አበባ ከተማን ያዩ ኢትዮጵያ ከተማን የረገጡ የተለያዩ ዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማት አመራሮች፣ መሪዎች የህንዱ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ናሬንድራ ሞዲን ማንሳት እንችላለን። በአፍሪካ ምድር የመጀመሪያ ጉብኝታቸውን ያደረጉት በአዲስ አበባ ነበር። ሌሎች የሀገራት መሪዎችም ጭምር የአዲስ አበባ ከተማ አይን ማረፊያ ሆነዋል። ከቅርብ ዓመታት ወዲህ የዚህ የከተማዋ ገጽታ ለመኖር ምቹ ከመሆኑ ባሻገር ቀደም ሲል ያነሳናቸው ታዋቂ ግለሰቦችና ዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማት አመራሮችም የከተማዋ ገጽታ መደነቃቸውን እስኪ ቃላት እስኪያጥራቸው ድረስ ነበር የገለጹትና ሰኝ የምናስታውሳቸው ነገሮች ሆኑ። ስለ ከተማዋ ገጽታውን ስለደረሰችበት ደረጃ ነዋሪው ምስክር ቢሆንም በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ደግሞ ኢትዮጵያ አዲስ አበባ ሲባል ከዚህ ቀደም የነበረ ስያሜና ገጽታ ወይም አሳምሽን አለ። እሱን ከመገልበጥ አንጻር ያስተዋልካቸው የሰማቸው ያያቸው ምስክርነቶች ካሉ ጥቂት ሀሳቦችን ላጋራ።
ፋዶ አቡ ህጋ ዋይዱ ካሳጅራ ፍንፍኔን ከሱማቲ ሚሶማ ኮሪደሪ ሀጀው ማለ መጋላ ረዲ ቢሰኒ ዲገኒ ኢጃሩዳ ከሱማ ሚሶማ ኮሪደሪ yojedhamu ኮንሰፕት ኢጃርሳቲን bakka jirutti fooyyessuudha. Garuu Finfinneetti kan hojjetame waan jiru otoo hin taane haaraa lafaa ijaaruutu jira. Seenaa tursiisuudhaan yookaan immoo duudhaa wantooti nuti akka biyyaatti ittiin beekamnu akkasuma immoo jiraachuu isaatiin hambaaleen garaagaraa akka jiranitti miidhaganii bakka turan turanii garuu ammoo miidhaguu akka qaban sababni isaa yeroo tokko tokko biyya kanatti seenaan jira jedhama hambaan jira jedhama garuu miidhaginni qabu garuu baay'ee xiqqaadha. Miidhagee ijaaf hawwataa miti rakkootu ture. Darbaan dabarsa waan dhufeedha kuni sana haaressuu bareechuutu ture. Garuu bakkeewwan magaalaa Finfinnee tootaalii diigamanii radeebiin ijaaramuu barbaadan hedduutu turan. Sun qabatamatti hojiitti jijjiirameera. Magaalaa Finfinneetii naannoo Piyaasaa yookaan Birbirsa Gooroo kaasuu dandeenya. Piyaasaan waggoota 2-3 dura namoonni daandii sana deddeebi'an namoota 5-6 caalantu boolla fincaanii tokko fayyadamu turan. Manneen walirratti ijaaramanii otoo diigamaniiti lubbuu namoota hedduu maatii hedduu galaafachuu danda'antu turan Piyaasaa yookaan Birbirsa Gooroo keessa. Sun hundumti diigamanii tokkoon jireenya isaan madaalu hin jiraatan lammiileen naannoo sana jiraatan jireenya isaan madaalu jiraachuu dhiisuu caalaa immoo namni akka itti du'uu fi yoom akka du'utti du'u waan hin oolle beekuu dhiisuun isaa immoo inni immoo gaaga'ama biraadha. Sababni isaa manni walirratti ijaarama mana isa tokko irra ba'ameeti mana itti aanamu kan seenamu daandiin seenamee tajaajila fayyaa kennuuf dandeessisu mijataan hin jiru. Namni tokko yoo naannoo sanatti miidhame ambulaansiin galee nama miidhame sana baasuu hin danda'u. Rakkoo hamaa kana fakkaatantu turan naannoo sana. Naannoo sana irra deebisanii ijaaruudhaaf tarkaanfiin fudhatame. Tarkaanfii naannoo sana miidhagsuu bareechuu qofa odoo hin taane tarkaanfii lubbuu namaa lubbuu jiraattotaa baraaruu ture. Lammaffaaratti naannoo Kaazaanchis kaasuun ni danda'ama. Haala qabatamaa Kaazaanchis keessa turte innis naannoo Piyaasaa waan tureen waan wal fakkaatu. Naannoo sanatti namni yoo miidhame egaa rakkoo wal fakkaataan piyaasaa jiru naannoo sanas jira lolaan mana namaa gidduudha kan inni bahaa ture ganna yeroo dhaqqabu maatii naannoo sana jiraatan baay'ee yaadda'u ture manni ni dhimmisaa lolaan mana isaanii cinaan baheeti innumtummoo balfa fidee dhufa balfi sun immoo dhukkuba biraa keessumaa naannoo sirna hargansuu dhala namaan wal qabatan sana kan inni fidaatii ture jechuudha sun hundumtuu hojii hojjetameen sana fooyyessuun bareechuun miidhagsuun danda'ameeti kan inni jiru finfinnee transform godhamteetti gaafa jedhamu naannoon kun lamaan fakkeenya gaariidha fakkeenyaaf namoonni naannoo Kaazaanchii kaafamanii naannoo Galaan Guraa geeffaman har'a deebi'anii naannoo sana yoo daawwatan naannoon nuti turreedhaa jedhanii haga gaafatutti dhaqqabaniiti kan isaan jiran namoonni Piyaasaadhaatii gara kutaa magaalaa Nifaasil Kilaaftoo geeffaman yeroo deebi'anii dhufanii Piyaasaa daawwatan naannoo nuti turreedhaa iddoo nuti jiraataa turreedhaa jedhanii gaafataati kan isaan jiran egaa mootummaan namoota kana bakka sanaa yoo kaasu misoomaa fi kan isaan kaanii waan isaaniif tolu daldalatanii buluu qabu hojjetatanii maatii bulchachuu danda'u isaan irra jira haalli daldalaa haa xiqqaatu haa guddatu isaaniif mijateeti kan inni jiru kanaaf finfinnee keessatti wanti hojjetamaa ture namoomaa fi misoomatu wal cina deemaa ture jechuudha namooma irratti hojjetameera magaalattiin immoo miidhagsuun danda'ameera egaa muuxannoo akka kanaa kan qaban biyyoota muraasa jennee kaasuun ni danda'ama sababni isaa biyyoota hedduutti muuxannoo hedduu kaasuun ni danda'ama naannoo tokko tokkotti mootummaan yeroo misoomaaf namoota tokko kaasu beenyaa lafa isaanii madaalu kennaaf malee bakka isaan geessetti dhaqee yeroonni carraa hojii isaanii uumee bakka daldalaa isaaniif mijeessee hojjetu argaatiin turre finfinneetti garuu muuxannoo sanarraa addaatu jira namoomni fi misoomni finfinneetti wal cina hojjetameera jennee kaasuu ni dandeenya waan finfinneetti hojjetameef immoo eenyuufaa dhugaa bahee kan jedhu abboon sila kaasaa ture keessumaatii namoota miidiyaa hawaasaa irratti namoota dhiibbaa uumuu danda'an aishoo spiid kaasuu ni danda'ama finfinnee keessa turtii taasisetti namoota miiliyoonotaan lakkaa'amantu finfinneen eessa isheen sadarkaa maalirra jirtu kan jedhu beekuun danda'ameera egaa pirezidantii Afrikaa kibbaa kaasuu dandeenya Raamaafoozaan finfinnee irraatii waa hedduu barachuu danda'u nurra jira waan jedhu kaasaniiru yaada bal'aa kaasan paarlaamaa Gaanaa keessatti illee dhimmi kun ajandaa ta'eeti dhimmi magaalaa finfinnee miseensonni paarlaamaa biyya Gaanaadhaa kan isaan kaasan finfinnee irraatii waa hedduu barachuu danda'u nurra jira waan jedhu kaasaniiru finfinneedhaaf jiraattota magaalaa finfinnee keessa jiranii fi warra Itoophiyaa keessa jiraatan guutuu dabalatee Afrikaa fi sadarkaa idilaa addunyaatti magaalaa ragaan bahameef ta'uu dandeesseeti kan isheen jirtu kun immoo bu'aa misooma kooriidariitii jennee kaasuu dandeenya kanaafidha guyyaa har'aa ija guunnee keessummaa simachuu dandeenya kan jedhu afaan guutamee kan dubbatamuuf dur bakki balfi magaalaa finfinnee keessa jiran baanariiwwan gurguddaatu hojjetamaniiti dhokfamu turan har'a garuu fakkeenyaaf naannoo Boolee yoo deemne dur naannoo Boolee baanarii gurguddaatu dhaabbatu magaalaa miidhagsuuf fakkaatu garuu yoo laallaman garuu immoo rakkoo keenya sana dhoksuuf tarkaanfiiwwan fudhataman waan ta'eef har'a garuu afaan guunnee finfinnee keessummoota keenyatti agarsiisaa jira sun bu'aa misooma kooriidariitii jennee kaasuu dandeenya
አመሰግናለሁ ሰኙ ቀደም ሲል ያነሳቸውን የደቡብ አፍሪካ ፕሬዝዳንት ሲሪል ራማፎሳ ትልልቅ የሚላቸው የራሱ ከተሞች እነ ኬፕ ታውን ጆሃንስበርግ ጀምሮ ከአዲስ አበባ የሚወስዷቸው ብዙ ነገሮች እንዳሉ አንስተዋል በልማት ደረጃ ሊነጻጸሩ የሚችሉ አይደሉም በከተማ ደረጃ ካነሳን እጅግ በጣም ግዙፍ ከተሞች ናቸው እውነት ነው የጋና የፓርላማ አባልም ጭምር እዚሁ አንድ አፍታ መጥተው አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ተመልሰው ለምንኛ ማድረግ አንችልም የሚችል የሚያስብል ቁጭት አይነት ውስጥ የገቡበት ንግግር ማድረጋቸውን ጭምር እናስታውሳለንና ሌሎች ስለ አዲስ አበባ ከተማ የተሰጡ ሐሳቦች ማንሳት ከቻለን የምታሻግራቸው ምሳሌ የሚባሉ ተሞክሮች ምንድናቸው?
በትግርኛ ቋንቋ መለስበታለሁ በጋራ ደግሞ በአማርኛው ትንሽ ለማውራት ያክል አሁን ያነሳው አቡ በጣም የሚገርም ነው ሰኝም አንስቶታል ቅድምና ለየት የሚያደርገው ምንድነው የአዲስ አበባ ምንድነው ለየት የሚያደርገው በአጭር ጊዜ መሆኑ ነው በአጭር ጊዜ ይሄን ያህል ለውጥ ማምጣት ማለት በጣም ከባድ ነው ማለት ስለዚህ እዚህ ላይ ምን ያህል ትኩረት ተደርጎ እየተሰራ እንደሆነ ታያለህ ማለት ነው እንጂ እነ ጆሃንስበርግ ሌሎች እነ ፕሪቶሪያ ምናምን ያሉ የሳውዝ አፍሪካ ከተሞች በረጅም ጊዜ በሂደት ለውጥ ያመጡ ከተሞች ናቸው ስለዚህ ይሄ በጊዜ ስታሰላው በጣም ስፒድ ያለው ለውጥ ነው ማለት ነው ስለዚህ ባለፈውም ካየነው አንፃር የተለያዩ የአፍሪካ ከተሞች ከንቲባዎች እዚህ አዲስ አበባ መጥተው ነበርና እነሱ ሲመጡ ተገርመው ነው የመጡት ሲጀመርም የመጡት ያው ተሞክሮ ወይም ኤክስፒሪየንስ እንዲወስዱ በአፍሪካ ሌሎች ከተሞች እና በአዲስ አበባ መካከል ያለው ተሞክሮ ለመገበያየት ለውጡን ከአንዱ ወደ አንድ ቦታ ለመውሰድ ነው እዚህ የመጡትና ልክ እነሱ ኢንተርቪው ሲሰጡ በጣም እንደተገረሙ አንዳንዶቹ ጭራሽ ነገሩ ከመገረም አንፃር ማለት ነው በአጭር ቃል ብቻ ገልጸው ያለፉ ከንቲባዎችም አሉ ስለዚህ እኛም ወደ ሀገራችን ስንሄድ በከተማችን እንደዚህ አይነት ለውጥ ለማስመዝገብ ከአዲስ አበባ ይህንን ኤክስፒሪየንስ ወይ ደግሞ ተሞክሮ ወስደናል፣ ስለዚህ ቃል እንገባለን ይህንን ተግባራዊ ለማድረግ ብለው ነበረ የሄዱት። ስለዚህ በአጭር ጊዜ ውስጥ ለራሷ ተገንብታ ሌሎች ደግሞ እንዲገነቡ ተግባራዊ የሆነ ኤክስፒሪየንስ ወይም ተሞክሮ መስጠት የቻለች ከተማ አዲስ አበባ ነች ማለት ነው። ስለዚህ ይሄ በአመራሩም ከስር ባለው ሁሉም በህዝቡም ደረጃ ማለት ነው ምን ያህል ስለ ኮሪደር ልማት እንደገባው ምን ያህል ጥንቃቄ አድርጎ እንደሚሄድ በብስክሌት መንገድ የተባለው በብስክሌት ብቻ እንዲጠቀም የመኪና መንገድ ብቻ እንዲጠቀምበት የትራፊክ ህጎችም እንዴት አክብሮ እንደሚሄድ የሚሉ ነገሮችን ማለት ነው። እነዚህ ነገሮችም ያስተማረ ትልቅ የሆነ ለውጥ ነው ማለት ነው። እነሱ ብቻ አይደሉም። እነዚህ ከንቲባዎችን ጠራን እንጂ በየቀኑ የተለያዩ ሰሚቶች ይካሄዳሉ አዲስ አበባ ውስጥ እንደምናውቀው ማለት ነው። እነሱ ኢንዲቪጁዋሊ መሪዎቹ ወደ ሀገራቸው ይዘውት የሚሄዱ ትምህርት ትልቅ ነው ማለት ነው። አሁን ከ39ኛው የአፍሪካ ሰሚት ጋር ተያይዞ እንደውም አምባሳደር ዲና ሙፍቲ የተናገሩት ነገር ነበረ ከአዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ ጋር በተለይ በነበራቸው ቆይታ ማለት ነው። አሁንም ዛሬ 39ኛው የአፍሪካ ሰሚት ሲካሄድ እንዳጠቃላይ ስብሰባው ይካሄዳል እንጂ ኢንዲቪጁዋሊም ከመሪዎቹ ጋር ግንኙነት ይኖራል ማለት ነው። ይሄ ማለት ይበልጥ ኢትዮጵያና እነዛ አገራት በተለያዩ መስኮች ላይ ምን ያህል መስራት እንዳለባቸው ይሄ ደግሞ ለኢትዮጵያ እድገትም ወሳኝ ስለሆነ የግንኙነት እንደሚኖርም ገልጸዋል ማለት ነው። ስለዚህ በአጠቃላይ በተለያየ ዳይሬክሽን እየተሰራ ያለ ስራ ለአዲስ አበባ እንዲሁም በአገር ደረጃም ለኢትዮጵያ ትልቅ ለውጥ እያመጣ እንደሆነ ከዚሁ መገንዘብ እንችላለን ማለት ነው።
ትግርኛ
የቀንዴለይ ዝኸበርኩም ተመልከትና ተከታተልዎ ዘለኹም አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ ማለት ኢሉ ማዓንቲ መበል 39 ዋዕላ መራሕቲ ሕብረት አፍሪካ ብድሙቕ ኩነታት ካብ ኣዳራሽ ሕብረት አፍሪካ ምክያድ ዝጅምረሉ እዩ። እቲ ዋዕላ ሎማዓንቲ ቀዳምን ከምኡውን ፅባሕ ሰንበትን ብድሙቕ ኩነታት ተኻይዱ መፈፀምታ ክረክብ እዩ ማለት እዩ። ኣብ ናይ ሎማዓንቲ ዋዕላ ብሓፈሻ ካብቲ ጉባኤ ብተወሳኺ ድማ ኢትዮጵያ ምስ ሕድሕድ መራሕቲ ሕብረት አፍሪካ እውን ትራኸበሉ ክኸውን እዩ። ናይ ሎማዓንቲ አጀንዳ በዋናነት ወይ ድማ ናይ ዝዓመት እዚ ዋዕላ ትኩረት ዝገብር ኣብ ተጠቃምነት ማይ ወይ ድማ ፅሬቱ ዝሓለወ ማይን ከምኡውን ኣብ ምዕዋት አጀንዳ 2063 በዋናነት ትኩረት ዝገበረ ክኸውን ማለት እዩ። ስለዚ አፍሪካ ከም አፍሪካ ኢትዮጵያ ድማ ከም ኢትዮጵያ ካብዚ ዋዕላ እዚ ብፍሉይ ተጠቃሚት ከም ትኸውን እዩ ትፅቢት ዝግበር ዘሎ ቅድም ክብል በአዲስ አበባ ደረጃ ዝተጀመረ ልምዓት ኮሪደር ናፍተን ካልኦት ከተማታት ኣብ ምስፍፋሕ እናተሰርሐ ከም ዘሎ ዝፍለጥ እዩ። ካብዚ ሓሊፉ ድማ ናብ አፍሪካ ሰጊሩውን ብርክት ዝበሉ ከንቲባታት ናብ ኢትዮጵያ ብምምፃእ ድማ ነዚ ልምዲ እዚ ወይ ድማ ነዚ ተሞክሮ እዚ ወሲዶም ኣብ ዓዶም እውን ተግባራዊ ንምግባር ቃል ኣትዮም ዝተመለሱሉ ኩነታት ከም ዝነበረ እውን ዝፍለጥ ጉዳይ ማለት እዩ። ስለዚ መበል 39 ዋዕላ ሕብረት አፍሪካ ኣብ ከተማ አዲስ አበባ ክሳለጥ ከሎ ለምዘበን በዋናነት ትኩረት ዝገበረሉ ኣብ አጀንዳ 2063 እንትኸውን ብሓፈሻ ግን ኣብ ኩለ መዳያዊ ልምዓታት ማለት እዩ ምስ 54 ሃገራት አፍሪካ ወይ ድማ መራሕቲ ሕብረት አፍሪካ እውን ኢትዮጵያ ብመራሕታ ኣቢላ ርክብ እትገብረሉን ሓድሽ ዝኾነ ናይ ምዕባለ መንገዲ እውን ኣጠናኺራ ትቕፅለሉን ከም ዝኾነ ትፅቢት ይግበር ማለት እዩ። ንስኻትኩም እውን ካብቲ ፈነወ ዝጀመርናሉ ሰዓት ጀሚሩ ክሳብ መወዳእታ ኣብ ቀጥታ ፈነወና ሪሞትኩም ከይቀየርኩም ሕዝውን ምሳና ንክትፀንሑ ብክብሪ ኢና ንዕድመኩም ማለት እዩ። አቡ ወደ አንተ እንመለስ።
አመሰግናለሁ ፍጹም። አፈወርቅ ቀደም ሲል ያነሳን የነበረው ሀሳብ በተለይ ዓለም አቀፍ አድማጮች በደንብ ይፈልጉታል ብዬ ተስፋ አደርጋለሁ። አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ልማት የከተማዋን ገጽታ ከመቀየር ሻገር ያለ ዓለም አቀፍ ትርጉም ይኖራል ብዬ አስባለሁ። እንደ ከተማዋ የሚጣበቅባት ከዚህ በፊትም ስትጠየቅ የነበረው የቤት ስራ በሚጣበቀው ደረጃ መሆን ይገባታል የሚል ነውና በከተማው የተለያዩ አካባቢዎች ላይ እያየናቸው ያሉ ለውጦችና ልማቶች ከዚሁ የቤት ስራ አንፃር ከዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃው አንፃር ምን ያክል ከተማዋን ደረጃ ላይ ያስቀምጣት ይችላል ብለህ ታስባለህ?
Okay, thank you. I use English as well, right? Okay, so thank you very much. Diverse from Ethiopia and around the world. You are watching us live from Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa. We are here now just to give you all the important updates regarding the Africa Union Summit here in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. So previously, or a little earlier, we were talking about actually how Addis Ababa transformed gradually just to meet its standard as a hub of Africa's diplomacy and the capital of 120 million or more people. So Addis is now, as many say, meeting its reputation as a hub of Africa's diplomacy. We mentioned many things for that case, actually, as you guys all mentioned a little earlier. all the results didn't actually come from a single person or a single group, I can say. These all transformations that we see in Addis Ababa have come from many people, many residents, and many stakeholders as well. When first Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed started this type of corridor development in Addis Ababa, it was first taken as a very ambitious project, right? Many thought that that was really unthinkable and unrealizable as well. Even they said it's actually beyond the country's capacity. It seemed kind of ambitious project when first Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and Mayor Adanecha Abebe introduced this corridor development aspect in the city. But Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed did very good thing. He coordinated, as I said a little earlier, coordinated employees, stakeholders, residents, and the government officials general. It was very difficult, actually. If you ask me, just coordinating big financial issue with many people, many stakeholders is very difficult, especially when it comes to a country like Ethiopia, a continent like Africa, right? Because we may take, for instance, employees as a kind of example. Employees didn't actually work for their sake, I mean for the country's sake. Traditionally and historically, we see that employees often work only for themselves. They don't definitely think that they work for the country previously. But after the corridor development and after Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's role, employees this time around are working, thinking that they are working for their country's sake, for cities development, for towns renovation, right? So that's the first thing Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and many officials in Addis Ababa brought. When they coordinated stakeholders and employees and many laborers as well together, this transformation was absolutely recognizable in Addis Ababa. Later, the riverside development was actually the other issue, as I mentioned a little earlier. All these issues now made Addis Ababa one of the best cities in Africa and even one of the best cities in Europe, because, as Fusum said a little earlier, these all projects actually were realized in a short period of time. So we can imagine how Addis Ababa will be transforming if we take some time more, right? So all these transformations are now being taken as an example by many other cities in Ethiopia, as Abu said a little earlier. We can go simply in different areas of our country. We may move from Addis Ababa, and we definitely see that many cities and towns in our countries are now developing so tremendously. This is why we're saying Addis Ababa is an example for Africans and for Ethiopians themselves as well. For instance, if you go to Gondar, I was actually in Gondar a month or two ago, and I was absolutely astonished with what I saw there, because Gondar was historical. Gondar has everything, actually. And the corridor development has now given another birth for Gondar. It's brought life for Gondar as well. Actually, it's not only the corridor development. Mayor Adanecha Abebe has got a very good role in realizing the corridor development in Gondar as well. So we're not simply talking about Addis Ababa, actually. I again recommend all the delegates from Africans to visit many other cities of Ethiopia in this regard, because it will be a very good example for many other African countries and many countries beyond, actually, because using your potential, your financial capacity perfectly and realizing projects like this is not actually a one-time project. It asks a long time or lifetime journey, but we realize that, and Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and Ethiopian government generally realize that. And the other issue I mentioned here is, after talking about the changes in Addis Ababa, is the other aspects of the corridor and many other changes in the city. For instance, Ethiopia is now moving tremendously in creating jobs as well. This is another good example for Africans, by the way, because one of the very key issues of the AU is, AfCFTA, right? African Free Trade Area, and job creation is other issue there. And in this regard, perhaps besides the Green Legacy Initiative, Ethiopia's role in creating jobs for youth is another example for Africans. And where did this job creation come from? If you ask me, it's from the corridor development. And beyond that, actually, we may mention many other things, but corridor development, riverside development, many other beautification areas in the city have created job opportunities for youth in Ethiopia. I can say that it may be another lesson for African delegates, representatives, or leaders who are now participating in this African Union Summit, truly speaking. The other I can mention is actually the working habit. Fitsum was saying that so tremendously, and I'm really astonished with the 24/7 working habit or adage in our city. If you go to many areas of our city this time around, you may definitely experience that youths or employees are working 24/7, because it has emanated from the fact that the youths are now feeling that they're working for their country, working for their city, and totally for the continent in this regard. That's why we're saying Ethiopians have got a very good working adage 24/7, which was a rare experience, which was actually unthinkable previously. We used to work only for 8 hours a day. Employees may definitely wait for their salary or wage, and after getting that, they definitely go to their home. But the next time, they may definitely come up with another plan of working there for themselves. But this time around, they are working for their city, for the country. So this new working adage is another experience, truly speaking. So all the important lessons that we definitely see here are another examples for Africans in general. The other thing I can mention is the facilities in health, transport, and AI. Even now, this time around, I think the city is interconnected with many other AI results or outcomes, truly speaking, because the services are now being preferred and even offered to many other, delegates or the residents here in our city after the introduction of AI or technology. Science Museum, we mention it later, but I can simply say that the services are not now manual. They are automatic, they are new and upgraded, truly speaking. Hotels are serving, the delegates or representatives with a very good maneuver. That's why diplomats are feeling that they are at their home. When we interview them, they are, tremendously and rapidly saying that the treatments here, the hospitality here in Addis Ababa is so amazing. And they are feeling as if they are at their home. And they again say that even Addis Ababa is now better than ever, because when you feel that you are at your home, you're simply saying that you're simply bringing your culture, your aspirations to Addis Ababa, and you take the experience from Addis Ababa to your own country. So all these changes in Addis Ababa are now a very good example for many African countries, and we said that Addis Ababa's experiences are now up to its reputation as the hub of African diplomacy, and we may mention many other things later.
አመሰግናለሁ። እንግዲህ ተመልካቾቻችን ከዚሁ ከስቱዲዮ ከምንሰጣችሁ መረጃ ባሻገር በተለያዩ አካባቢዎች ላይ ሪፖርተሮቻችን ከማለዳ ጀምሮ መሰማራታቸውን ጥቆማ ሰጥተናችሁ ነበር። በፊት ለፊት ምስላችን ላይ የእንግሊዝኛ ክፍል ባልደረባችን ዮናስ አስረስ እያየን እንገኛለን። አፈወርቅ እባክህን ወንድማችን ዮናስ አየር ላይ ይገኛል። የት ቦታ እንደሚገኝና መረጃዎች እንዲያደርሰን በእንግሊዝኛ ትጋብዝልናል።
Okay, so thank you very much. Good morning, Jonas. I think you're okay, and I'm definitely looking at you standing in the same area of our city. And would you please tell us the atmosphere there, what you observed here, because the African Union headquarters Addis Ababa is now ready just to host the African Union Summit. So would you tell me the atmosphere there?
Well, yesterday, Italy-Africa summit was held in the capital, Addis Ababa. A lot of delegations from across the continent and from across the other part of the world were in attendance, including Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and the Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. Addis Ababa today is also hosting another grand continental summit, that is the African Union Heads of State and Heads of Government Summit, which is going to be held for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Heads of states and heads of governments are now heading to the African Union headquarters, which is located in the capital Addis Ababa. So in hosting such grand continental and global conferences and hosts Addis Ababa has got a good experience since the inception of the organizations of African unity and now the African Union. Addis Ababa has been just hosting annual conferences and summits of this continental gathering. So this particular year is a little unique for Addis Ababa because the city has just shown a great transformation in terms of infrastructure, in terms of greenery, in terms of changing the lives of the people, residents, and also in terms of just becoming a model for other African cities. So the projects, the transformations that is achieved in the capital Addis Ababa is not only the transformation in infrastructure, but also it is about health, it is about education, it is about climate change. The theme of the African Union this year's theme is about water, just sustainable, clean water availability and sanitation. The projects that have been achieved by the government of Ethiopia and the city administrations can directly align with the theme of the African Union of this year's gathering. I am now here around Science Museum. This Science Museum was established in 2022, inaugurated by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. It is about digital transformation of the country, and it's also about digital transformations of Africa. It is also about achieving the Agenda 2063 of the United Nations, and it's also about just supporting the initiatives of the continental goals. So Addis Ababa in particular has also another goal, or Addis Ababa aims to be conference tourism, by the way. A lot of conferences, meetings has been held in the capital Addis Ababa, and just the Ethiopia-Africa and the African Union summits can be exemplary in this regard, which are just taking place this week. So the 2 days of the African heads of the states and heads of the government summit is today and tomorrow. They are expected to put directions on continental matters, continental or pressing matters, and also to execute decisions on particularly on the themes like water and sanitation. So this media network is just bringing you updates about these continental gatherings. That's it for now.
እናመሰግናለን ባልደረባችን ዮናስ አስረስ። እንግዲሁም ሌሎች ባልደረቦቻችን በተለያዩ አካባቢዎች ይገኛሉ። እንዳገኘናቸው በስፍራው እየተካሄደ ያለው ሁነት ምን ይመስላል የሚለውን ተጨማሪ መረጃ ወደ እናንተ የሚያደርሱ ነው የሚሆነው። ሪፖርተሮቻችን እስከምናገኝበት 39ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ እስከሚጀምርበት ሀፍታም ከዚሁ ከስቱዲዮ መረጃዎችን እየሰጠናችሁ እንቀጥላለን። ናዋል አንቺ ጋር ነው የቆሙ ሀሳቦችን ማንሳት ይቻላል።
شكرا أبو. مشاهدينا نستكمل معكم تحضيرات القمة 39 من القمة 39 لرؤساء وحكماء القادة الأفارقة من العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. مشاهدينا أريد أن أقدم لكم بعضا من المعلومات التي قدمها زملائنا هنا من داخل الاستديو. فقد قام زميلي هنا فتصوم بذكر التطورات التي وصلت لها العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا، وهي تطورات سريعة أشاد بها الرؤساء الأفارقة في حين لقائهم مع رئيس الوزراء الإثيوبي الدكتور أبي أحمد في لقاءات عديدة، حيث أشادوا بسرعة التطور وأرادوا أن يقوموا بالاحتذاء بها في دولهم والعودة لهذا التطور. مشاهدينا أديس أبابا ليست هي المدينة الوحيدة فقط من إثيوبيا التي وصلت إلى هذا التطور السريع، وكما ذكر زميلي أفورك في زيارته لمدينة غوندر التي وجد فيها التطور السريع والتاريخ الجميل الذي وصلت في مدينة غوندر وأتت بها إلى مكان آخر واختلفت فيها المدينة بفترة زمنية قصيرة. مشاهدينا أيضا أريد أن أنوه على قدرة إثيوبيا في سرعة التطور وكذلك في انتصارها في معركة عدوى، وهي التي حققت فيها النصر ليس فقط لإثيوبيا وإنما للأفارقة والسود في جميع أنحاء العالم. آراء القادة الأفارقة في سرعة التطور لم تكن فقط في الجمالية التي وصلت فيها مدينة أديس أبابا، ولكن حتى أنها خلقت مئات فرص العمل للإثيوبيين والذين وجدوا من التطور ومن مشروع تطوير الممرات عدد كبير من فرص العمل الذي قاموا فيها بالاكتفاء فيها بذاتهم ولعائلاتهم أيضا. مشاهدينا الجلسة التي ننتظر بدايتها الآن سيتواجد فيها عدد من القادة الأفارقة وكذلك ضيوف كالأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتريش وكذلك رئيسة وزراء إيطاليا جورجيا ميلوني وعدد كبير من رؤساء وقادة الدول الأفارقة. مشاهدينا يتوقع في هذه القمة إطلاق رسمي لمشاريع قارية تتعلق بالأمن والسلم في منطقة القارة الإفريقية وكذلك السلم في القارة الإفريقية بشكل عام. هذه القمة مشاهدينا كانت تحت شعار ضمان استدامة الإمدادات المائية وأنظمة الصرف الصحي وذلك تبعا لأجندة إفريقيا 2063. مشاهدينا هذه القمة ستحتوي على قرارات مصيرية تنتظرها إثيوبيا وينتظرها القارة الإفريقية بشكل عام. العالم كامل تتجه أنظرته إلى مقر الاتحاد الإفريقي في عاصمته أديس أبابا عاصمة الدبلوماسية حيث يتواجد عدد كبير من رؤساء القادة الأفارقة والذين ننتظر حتى الآن بداية القمة ويتواجد زملاؤنا من مختلف المناطق. كان هناك زميلنا يوناس من متحف العلوم والتكنولوجيا والذي أفانا ببعض من المعلومات بتوافد رئيس الوزراء الدكتور أبي أحمد وعدد كبير من الرؤساء حيث نرى الآن التوافد ما زال مستمرا. فلذلك مشاهدينا حتى أن هناك زملاؤنا ممن يتواجدون من مقر الاتحاد الإفريقي والذين ننتظر منهم المستجدات حول الملفات التي سيتم مناقشتها من مقر الاتحاد الإفريقي. مشاهدينا أديس أبابا هي مدينة أظهرت قدرة إثيوبيا وقدرتها على سرعة التطور في فترة زمنية بسيطة. هذه السرعة لم تكن فقط للحكومة الإثيوبية فحسب وإنما كانت هذه جهود جماعية من قبل الحكومة الإثيوبية وكذلك الرؤساء والوزراء وكذلك الشعب الإثيوبي بالإضافة مشاهدينا إلى بعض من الرؤساء الأفارقة ومفوضة الاتحاد الإفريقي والتي أشادت بسد النهضة الإثيوبي الكبير وبسرعة انتهائه وبأنه أحد أنظمة المياه التي ستحل بعض من مشاكل القارة الإفريقية. مشاهدينا سنستكمل معكم تغطية القمة 39 لرؤساء وحكماء الدول الأفارقة من العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا ومن شبكة أديس الإعلامية.
አመሰግናለሁ ለዋል። እንግዲህ ተመልካቾቻችን አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ከቅርብ ዓመታት ወዲህ እያሳየች የምትገኘው ለውጥ በተመለከተ የከተማዋን ደረጃን ሊመጥኑ የሚችሉ ስለመሆናቸው ሀሳቦችን እያነሳ ነው። በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ሊያስቀምጣት ስለሚገባው ስፍራ ከምንም በላይ ደግሞ ከተማዋ የነበሩባት ስብራቾቹን ጠግና የተሻለች ከተማ ለነዋሪዎቿ የምትመች ሀገር ብላ አህጉራዊና ዓለም አቀፍ መኩሪያ ሆና መቀጠል የምትችልባቸውን የልማት እንቅስቃሴዎችም ጭምር እያነሳ እንገኛለን። አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ቀደም ሲል ካነሳ ነው ለነዋሪዎቿ የመመቸት የከተማው ህልውናዋን ከማጽናት ጥረቶቿ ባሻገር እንግዲህ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ደግሞ የሚጠበቅ የቤት ስራ ከፊቷ ይጠብቃታል። አዲስ አበባ ከተማ የአፍሪካውያን ሁለተኛ ቤት ነች። ሁለተኛ ቤት ብቻ ሳይሆን ለአንዳንዶቹ እንደ መኖሪያም ጭምር የምትጠቀም ከተማ ነች። አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ በርካታ ቁጥር ያላቸው ሀገራት በኤምባሲ መቀመጫ ያላቸው ከተሞች ውስጥ አንደኛው አዲስ አበባ ነች። ውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስቴር እንግዲህ በተለይ በአዲስ አበባ ከተማ መቀመጫቸውን ያደረጉ የዓለም አቀፍ ኤምባሲዎች ቁጥር ከ130 ከፍ ያደርገዋል። ወደ 140 የሚጠጉ ሀገራት ናቸው በየጊዜው እዚሁ አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ውስጥ ኤምባሲ ለመክፈት ከኢትዮጵያ ጋር ያላቸውን ዲፕሎማሲያዊ ግንኙነት በዚቹ ከተማ በኩል ይበልጥ የማጠናከር ፍላጎት ያላቸው ሀገራት ቁጥር ከጊዜ ወደ ጊዜም እየጨመረ ነው የሚገኘው። በአፍሪካ ምድር ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ የረገጡ የተለያዩ ሀገራትና የተቋማት መሪዎችም አዲስ አበባ ከተማን አስቀድመው ነው ወደ ሌሎች አፍሪካ ሀገራት ጉብኝታቸውን የሚጀምሩት። በተለይ ቻይናን ማንሳት ከቻለን የፈረንጆቹ አዲስ ዓመት በገባ የመጀመሪያዎቹ ሳምንታት ሁሉ በአፍሪካ የመጀመሪያውን ጉብኝት የማድረግ የውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስቴራቸው ልምድ አላቸው። አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ደግሞ ቀዳሚዋ ከተማ ነች ይህንን ጉብኝት ለማድረግ። ሌሎቹ ወደ አፍሪካ መጎራበት የሚፈልጉ ከአፍሪካ ጋር ዲፕሎማሲያዊ ትስስሮችን ማጠናከር በኢኮኖሚ በማህበራዊ መስኮች ይበልጥ መወዳጀት የሚፈልጉ ተቋማትና ሀገራት ኢትዮጵያ ሀገራችን አዲስ አበባ ከተማን ቀዳሚ ማድረጋቸው አዲስ ነገር አይደለም። በርካቶች ይመጣሉ። ቀደም ሲል ያነሳናቸው የህንዱ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ናሬንድራ ሞዲ ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ አዲስ አበባ እንግዳ የነበሩት ከወራት በፊት ነበር። ብዙዎቹ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ማንሳት የምንችላቸው ተጽዕኖ ፈጣሪ ግለሰቦችና ተቋማት እንዲሁም መንግስታትም ጭምር አዲስ አበባ ከተማን እየጎበኙ ይገኛሉ። አዲስ አበባ ከተማውን የደረሰችበት ደረጃ ዘመን ከሚፈልገው አህጉሩ ከሚሻው በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ደግሞ ተመራጮና የበለጠ የሁነት ማስተናገጃ ስፍራ መሆን የሚችልበትን እድል ይበልጥ የሚያሰፋ ስለመሆኑም ጭምር እሙን ነው። በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ሊጠቀሱ ቢችሉ ብለን ምናነሳቸው ሀገራት ለከተማ ልማት ከሰጡ ትኩረት ባሻገር መሰል ዓለም አቀፍ ሁነቶችን ማስተናገድ የሚያስችሉ ምቹ የስብሰባ ስፍራዎች ብቻ ሳይሆን ማስተናገጃ የአገልግሎት መስጫ ተቋማት የመዝናኛ አማራጮችም ጭምር ይሻሉ። አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን ምስል ላይ የተመለከትናቸው የሚገኙ ስፍራዎች በቅርብ ወራት ውስጥ ብቻ አጠናቃ ይበልጥ ውብ ያደረገቻቸው ኢትዮጵያውያን ብቻ ሳይሆን በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ የብዙዎች አይን ማረፊያ የጉብኝት አማራጭ መሆን ያስቻሉ ፓርኮች፣ የወንዝ ዳርቻ ልማቶች እንዲሁም ሌሎች የኮሪደር ልማት የመዝናኛ አማራጮችን በጥቂት ወራት ውስጥ ማልማት መስራት ማሳየት የቻለች ከተማ ነች አዲስ አበባ ከተማ። በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ዲፕሎማሲ ለመከወን ሁነትን ለማስተናገድ እንግዶቹ ከፍ ያለ የመስተናገጃ ስፍራን ይፈልጋሉ። አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ከዚህ ቀደም ከነበራት ዋናው የአፍሪካ ህብረት መቀመጫ ጽሕፈት ቤትና በአማራጭነት የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት የአፍሪካ ኢኮኖሚ ኮሚሽን አዳራሽ ባሻገር ይህ ነው ተብሎ ሊነሳ የሚችል የሁነት ማስተናገጃ ስፍራ ነበራትም። ጥቂት ዓመታት ውስጥ ግን የአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያን መሰለ በርካታ ሰዎችን እንደየአማራጩ ከመቶች ወደ ሺዎች ሻገር ብሎ ሁነቶቹ ማስተናገድ የሚያስችል ከሆነ ፍላጎት ላላቸው ተቋማትና ሁነቶቹ ማስተናገድ ለሚችሉ አካላት ሁሉ የተዘጋጀ ስፍራ ነው። በትላንትናው ዕለት በአፍሪካ ምድር ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ የተካሄደውን የጣሊያን አፍሪካ የመሪዎች ጉባኤን ያስተናገደው ደግሞ የአዲስ ኢንተርናሽናል ኮንቬንሽን ማዕከል ነው። ይሄው ማዕከል ከሌሎች ዓለም አቀፍ ማዕከሎች ደረጃ አብሮ ሊያስቀምጠው የሚችለው ማዕከል ነው። እስከ 4ም እስከ 5ኛ ኮከብ ደረጃ መቀመጥ የሚችል የአገልግሎት መስጫ ተቋማትን ሆቴልን ያካተተ ስፍራ ነው። የአዲስ ኢንተርናሽናል ኮንቬንሽን ማዕከል በሺዎች የሚቆጠሩት የተለያዩ ሁነቶችን ማስተናገድ ያስቻለ ቦታ እንደሆነም ጭምር ማንሳት ይቻላል። በተለያዩ አካባቢዎች ላይ አሁንም ሪፖርተሮቻችን ይገኛሉ። ተጨማሪ መረጃዎችንም እንደሚያደርሱን ነግረናችሁ ነበር። አሁን ምስል ላይ ባልደረባችን እየተመለከትን እንገኛለን። መቅደስ ትገኛለች። ከአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያ ቀደም ሲል ስናነሳ ከነበረው አንደኛው የሁነት ማስተናገጃ ታሪክን ማሻገሪያ አንደኛው ስፍራ ላይ ነች የምትገኘው። መቅደስ እንደምን አርፍደሻል? ቦታው እንግዲህ በርከት ያሉ ሁነቶች የሚስተናገዱበት በተለይም ደግሞ እንግዶችን በአማራጭነት ለማስተናገድ የምንጠቀምበት ስፍራ እንደሆነ ይታወቃል። የአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያና በቦታው ላይ ያለው ሁኔታ ምን ይመስላል? ከማለዳ ጀምሮ እዛው ትገኛለች እና አዲስ አበባ ከተማ እንግዶቿ እንዴት እየተቀበለች ነው? ማለዳው ረፋዱ እንዴት ይመስላል? መቅደስ
አመሰግናለሁ። እንዴት አርፍዳችኋል? እንግዲህ ቀደም ብለ ለማንሳት እንደሞከርከው ከማለዳው ጀምረን እንግዲህ እዚህ ተገኝተናል። እንግዲህ የአፍሪካ ህብረትን 38ኛውን የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤን እያስተናገደች ከመሆኑ ጋር ተያይዞ እንግዲህ በርካታ እንግዶችን እየተቀበለች ትገኛለች። እንግዲህ ደማቅ የበዓል ድባብ ያለውን አቀባበል ነው እንግዲህ በስፋት ስንታዘብ የዋለው። መገኛችን ደግሞ የአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያም እንደመሆኑ እንግዲህ ከአፍሪካውያንና እንግዲህ ከጥቁሮች ጋር ከፍተኛ ቁርኝት ያለበት ቦታ ላይ እንገኛለን። እንግዲህ ኢትዮጵያ ለጥቁር አፍሪካውያን ከዛም አልፎ ደግሞ በዓለም ላይ ለሚገኙ ለመላው ጥቁር ህዝቦች ታዲያ የነጻነት ቀንዲል የሆነችበትን ይህንን ድል እንግዲህ ያስተናገረችበትና ያስመዘገበችበትን እንግዲህ ለመዘከር የተዘጋጀበት የአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያ ላይ እንገኛለን። እንግዲህ መታሰቢያው እንደሚታወቀው ይህንን እንግዲህ ለኢትዮጵያውያን ለአፍሪካውያን ብሎም ደግሞ ለመላው ዓለም የጥቁር ህዝቦች ታዲያ ኩራት ምንጭ የሆነውን መታሰቢያውን እንግዲህ ለመዘከር በውስጡ የተለያዩ ጉዳዮችን አቅፎ ይገኛል። ታዲያ እንግዲህ ይህ ድል ለበርካታ ጥቁሮች ታዲያ መነሳሳትን የፈጠረ ለነጻነታቸው እንዲታገሉ ጭምር እንግዲህ ብርታት የሆናቸው እንደሆነ ይታወቃል። ይህንን ተከትሎ በርካታ አፍሪካውያን እንግዲህ በባንዲራዎቻቸው ላይ ጭምር ከኢትዮጵያ ባንዲራ ቀለሞች ቢያንስ አንዱን እንኳን በውስጣቸው እንዲያካትቱ ያደረገ በርካታ መነሳሳቶችን የፈጠረ እንደ ናይጄሪያና ኬንያ ያሉ በርካታ ሀገራትንም ጭምር እንግዲህ ለነጻነታቸው እንዲዋጉ እንዲታገሉ ያደረገ መሆኑ ይታወቃልና በዚህ መታሰቢያ ውስጥም ታዲያ እነኚህን አበርክቶችን የኢትዮጵያን አበርክቶች የሚገልጹ የተለያዩ ቁሶችን በውስጡ ይዟል። ቀደም ብለህ ለማንሳት እንደሞከርከው ደግሞ በውስጡ የተለያዩ እንግዲህ ሰፋፊ የሆኑ የተለያዩ መሰናዶችን ማስተናገድ የሚችሉ አዳራሾችን ጭምር የያዘ ነው። ከዛ ባሻገር ደግሞ እንግዲህ ለፓን አፍሪካኒዝም ያለውን የአድዋ ድል ማለት ነው የፓን አፍሪካኒዝም የራሱ የሆነ አበርክቶ እንዳለው ይታወቃልና ለዚህም ታዲያ ስንቅ የሆኑ በርካታ ቅርሶችን በውስጡ ይዞ ይገኛል። የተለያዩ የታሪክ መዛግብቶችን በውስጡ አሉ። የምርምርና የታሪክ መጻሕፍት በውስጡ አሉና በዚህ በአድዋ ድልና በአጠቃላይ በፓን አፍሪካኒዝም በጥቁሮች የነጻነት ትግል ክልል ውስጥ ያሉ የተለያዩ ጥናትና ምርምሮችን ማድረግ ለሚፈልጉ ተመራማሪዎች ጭምር እንግዲህ ግብአት የሚሆኑ በርካታ ጉዳዮችን በውስጡ የያዘ ነው። እንግዲህ አዲስ አበባ የተለያዩ ዓለም አቀፍና አህጉር አቀፍ ኮንፈረንሶችንም የምታካሂድ ከመሆኑ ጋር ተያይዞ ታዲያ እነኚህን ኮንፈረንሶች ለማስተናገድ የሚያስችሉ ሰፋፊ አዳራሾችን በውስጡ ይዟል። እንደሚታወቀው ታዲያ በርካቶች ጭምር እንግዲህ ሲመጡ በዚህ ጉባኤዎችን ያስተናግዳሉ። ከዛ ባሻገር ደግሞ መተው የሚጎበኙትን ቦታ እንደሆነ ይታወቃልና ዘንድሮ 39ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ እየተካሄደ ከመሆኑ ጋር ተያይዞ ታዲያ አንዱ የድምቀቱ ስፍራ ሆኖ ይገኛል ማለት ነው። በርካቶች በዚህ አካባቢ እየመጡ ይጎበኙታል። እንግዲህ በርካቶችንም ለመታዘብ ሞክረናል። በአጠቃላይ ታዲያ ዛሬ ሁነቱን በማስመልከት አጠቃላይ ያለው ድባብ ደማቅና እንግዲህ ኢትዮጵያ ከፍ ብላ እንድትታይ ያደረገ ከዛ ባሻገር አሁን ላይ ደግሞ አዲስ አበባ ላይ ከያዘቻቸውና እንግዲህ ለእይታ ካበቃቻቸው ግዙፍ ፕሮጀክቶች መካከል በቀዳሚነትም የሚጠቀስና እንግዲህ በርካቶችን በኩራትነት የሚጠቅሱት ነው። በርካታ ዓለም አቀፍ መሪዎችን ጭምር ያስተናገደ ሙዚየም ነው የአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያ ማለት ነው። በአጠቃላይ ታዲያ 39ኛውን የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎችን ጉባኤ እያስተናገደች በምትገኘው አዲስ አበባ ሌላኛው ድምቀት ሆኖ ይገኛል ማለት ነው። አሁን ላይ በደማቅ የሆነ አቀባበልና ድባብ ነው በአካባቢው ያለው። ተጨማሪ መረጃዎችን ደግሞ ከዚህ ከስፍራ ሆነን እየተከታተልን ወደ እናንተ የምናደርስ ይሆናል ማለት ነው።
ባልደረባችን መቅደስ ደምስ ከአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያ ላደረሽን መረጃ በስተን ነው የምናመሰግንሽ። ከመቅደስ ባሻገር ሌሎች ባልደረቦቻችን በተለያዩ አካባቢዎች ከማለዳ ጀምሮ ስምሪት ላይ ይገኛሉ። በስፍራው ምን እውነቶች አሉ? እንግዶችን አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን እንዴት እያስተናገደች ነው? የማለዳ የረፋድ ድባብን ይመስላል የሚለውን ወደ በኋላ ላይ መረጃዎቹ እንዳገኙን የሚያጋሩ ነው የሚሆነው። ቀደም ሲል እያነሳን ከነበረው ሀሳብ ጋር የሚገናኝ ሀሳብ ነው ያጋራችን ባልደረባችን መቅደስ። የአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያ እንግዲህ በተለይ ኢትዮጵያ ለጥቁር ሕዝቦች ለአፍሪካውያን ነጻነት ተጋድሎ የከፈለችውን መስዋዕትነት ይበልጥ ለታሪክ ተቀምጦ እንዲኖር ለማሻገር ዋነኛ አበርክቶ ባሻገር አፍሪካውያን እንዲሁም ሌሎች ጥቁር ሕዝቦች ትግልን የሚሹ ጭቆናን የሚጸየፉ ሕዝቦች በዋናነት ወኔን ለማስታጠቅ የተሻለ የሉዓላዊነት ስንቅን እንዲሰንቁም ጭምር ማድረግ ያስቻለ ግዙፍ ማዕከል ገንብታለች አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን። ይኸው ማዕከል ይህንን ታሪክ ከማሻገር ለአፍሪካውያን የቤት ስራ ከመስጠት ዋነኛ አበርክቶ ባሻገር በአማራጭነት መሰል አህጉራዊ ሁነቶችን ማስተናገድ የሚያስችሉ ምቹ ስፍራዎችን ያካተተ አንደኛው የከተማዋ ድምቀት የከተማዋን ደረጃ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ሊያስቀምጥ የሚያስችል ማዕከል እንደሆነም ጭምር ይነሳል። ቀደም ሲል ያነሳ ነው የአዲስ ኢንተርናሽናል ኮንቬንሽን ማዕከልም ደግሞ በአይነቱ ለየት ብሎ ከአዲስ አበባ ከተማ የመሰረተ ልማት አውታሮች ጋር ይበልጥ እንዲወዳጅ ሆኖ የተገነባ አንደኛው ማዕከል ነው። ትላንት ማምሻውን የተካሄደውን የጣሊያን አፍሪካ ሁለተኛው ጉባኤን ያስተናገደ ግዙፍ ስፍራ ነው። ሌሎች ሁነቶችንም የከተማ አቀፍ አህጉራዊና ዓለም አቀፍ ሁነቶችን ለማስተናገድ በአማራጭነት የቀረበ ማዕከል ነው አዲስ ኢንተርናሽናል ኮንቬንሽን ማዕከል። ከተማችን እንዲሁ በየመንገዶቿ የመሰረተ ልማት አውታሮቿ የነዋሪዎቿን ህልውና ማረጋገጥ የወንዝ ዳርቻ ኮሪደር ልማት ብቻ አይደለም ልማቶቿ የተሟሉ ናቸው። ቀደም ሲል የከንቲባ አዳነች አቤቤን ንግግር የጠቀስነውም ለዚሁ ነው። አዲስ አበባ በሁሉም መስኮቹ የተቀየረች ከተማ ነች ሲባል በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ከሚጠበቁባት የቤት ስራዎች አንጻር ጸጋዎቿን ይበልጥ መጠቀም ብቻ ሳይሆን ሊመጡ የሚችሉ ቀጣይ የቤት ስራዎችም ጭምር ታሳቢ ያደርጉ ሌሎች ልማቶችንም ጭምር ያካተቱ ናቸው። ሌሎች የመሰረተ ልማት አውታሮች በአይነታቸው ለየት ያሉ ናቸው። ከዚህ ቀደም እንደምናውቃቸው አይነት ድልድዮች አይደሉም የምናስተውላቸው። እስጢፋኖስ አካባቢ የኢሬቻ ፓርክ ላይ የተሰራው ማንሳት እንችላለን። እዚሁ ደግሞ ወደ አፍንጮ በር አካባቢ የተሰራውን ድልድይም በአይነቱ ለየት ያለ መስታወት ድልድይም ለአፍሪካውያንም ምሳሌ መሆን የሚችል ለኢትዮጵያ በአይነቱ የመጀመሪያ አይነት የመሰረተ ልማት አውታሮችም ጭምር ከተማዋ ያስተናገደችበት ነው። ብዙዎቹ ከተማዋ ላይ የምንመለከታቸው የመንገድ ዳር ላይ መብራቶች ከዚህም ቀደም በተለይ ከዚሁ ከአህጉራዊ ስብሰባ ጋር በተያያዘ በተለያዩ አካባቢዎች ላይ ከዚህ ቀደም ሲታይ የነበረው የተዘበራረቀ አይነት የሰንደቅ ዓላማ አሰቃቀሎች፣ ባነሮች፣ እንደዚህ መልእክቶችም ጭምር በአንድ ወጥ ሆነው ዲጂታል ሆነው ከመብራቱ ጋር ከመንገድ መሰረተ ልማቶች ጋር አብረው እንዲተሳሰሩ ሆነው ይበልጥ የዘመነ ከተማ ገጽታ እንዲኖራት ሆና የተገነባች የምትገኝ ከተማ እንደሆነች ይታወቃል። ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ከዚሁ ጋር በተያያዘ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ሁነቶችን ለማስተናገድ በዓለም አቀፍም ደረጃ የዲፕሎማሲ ማዕከል ነው ተብሎ መነሳት የሚያስችል ቁመና እንዲኖር የሚጠበቁ ሰፊ ስራዎች ይኖራሉ። ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ከሁነት ማስተናገጃ ስፍራዎች ባሻገር ሌሎች ልማቶችም ጭምር የቤት ስራዎቿ ማድረጓ ለዚህም ጭምር ነው በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ እንዲሁ ለሁነት ማስተናገድ ዲፕሎማሲ ማዕከልነት መነሻ ይሆናሉ ብለን ልናነሳቸው የምንችሉ እንደ ኒውዮርክና ጄኔቫ ከከተማ ልማት ስራቸው ባሻገር በአማራጭነት ሌሎች ሁነቶችን ማስተናገድ የሚችሉ ማዕከላትን ያቀፉ ናቸው። ምናልባትም ከ40ና ከ4ና 5 አስርት ዓመታት በፊት በረሃ የነበረችው ምናልባት ነዋል በደንብ ልታነሳው ትችላለች የተባበሩት አረብ ኤሚሬትሷ ዱባይ ከተማ ከዚህ ቀደም ባሸዋ ነበር የምትታወቀው። አሁን ይበልጥ የከተማ ልማት ስራዎቿ ሁሉ ተውበው ከዋናዋ ከተባበሩት አረብ ኤምሬቶች ስራዎቿ ባሻገር በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ሀገራት ለመምከር የሚመርጧቸው ለተዝናኖቱም ጭምር በሚሊዮን የሚቆጠሩ ዜጎች ወደዚሁ ስፍራ የሚያቀሩ ናቸው። የኦማኗ ሙሽካትን ማንሳት እንችላለን። አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ሰፊ ውጥረት እያስተናገደ የሚገኘውን የአሜሪካና የኢራን ድርድር እያስተናገደች የምትገኝ ከተማ ነች። ሙሽካት የሆነው ኦማኗ ዋና ከተማና ሌሎች ከዚህ ከአህጉራዊ ስብሰባዎች ባሻገር መሰል ዓለም አቀፍ ሁነቶችን ለማስተናገድ የሚያስችል ቁመና ይጠበቃል ከአዲስ አበባ ከተማ። ከዚህ አንጻር ያለችበት ደረጃ ይበልጥ ሊያስመሰግናት የሚችል እንዲሁ መሪዎችን ሌሎች ለጉብኝት የሚመርጧት አካላትንም ደግሞ ይበልጥ ደጋግመው እንዲመጡ ማድረግ የሚያስችል ነውና ከዓለም አቀፍ ሁነቶች አንጻር አሁን አዲስ አበባ ሁለተኛ ሶስተኛ ዓለም አቀፍ የዲፕሎማሲ ማዕከል ናት ስንል ምን ጉዳዮችን አሟልታ ነው ምንስ ማሟላት ይጠበቅባት ነበር የሚለውን ሐሳብ እያነሳን እንቆያለን። የአፍሪካ አንድነት ድርጅት ሲመሰረት ከዛም በኋላ ባሉት ጊዜያት ውስጥ አዲስ አበባ ከተማ የአፍሪካ ህብረት ዋና መቀመጫነት ጥያቄ ሲነሱባት ከነበሩ አንደኛው ጉዳዩ መካከል መሰል አህጉራዊ ሁነቶች ማስተናገድ የሚያስችል ቁመና የላት የሚል ጥያቄዎች ነበሩ። እነዚህን ጥያቄዎች ከመመለስ አንጻር ምን ጉዳዮች አሉ የሚለውን ጉዳዮች ላይ ሐሳብ እያነሳን እንመጣለን። ሌሎች ባልደረቦቻችን አሁንም አየር ላይ እንደሚገኙ የተመለከትን ነው። የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በርካታ ተሳታፊዎች ወደ አዳራሽ እየገቡ መሆናቸው ነው እየተመለከትን የምንገኘው። ከደቂቃዎች በኋላ የሚጠበቀው የዚሁ የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤም ይካሄዳል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። ምስል ላይ እየተመለከትን እንደምንገኘው አዲስ አበባ በሚገኘው የአፍሪካ ህብረት ዋና መቀመጫ ብዙዎቹ እንግዶች ይገኛሉ በስፍራው። ሁነቱ ከዚሁ አፍታ ጀምሮ የሚጀምር ነው የሚሆነው። አብራችሁን ስለቆያችሁ እናመሰግናለን። ከዚሁ ከአፍሪካ ህብረት ዋና መቀመጫ የሚቀጥል ይሆናል። ወደ በኋላ ላይ ተመልሰን እናገኛችኋለን። አብራችሁ እንድትቆዩ እንጋብዛለን።
Excellency Mohammed Mustafa, Prime Minister of the State of Palestine, Excellencies, former heads of states here present, our honorable first ladies present here in this hall, Excellency Selma Malika Hadidi, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellencies, Ministers, Excellencies, Commissioners, and the entire leadership of the African Union, Excellencies, Honorable Ambassadors, and permanent representatives of member states of the African Union and international partners. His Excellency Fatala, the Director General of the African Union Commission, heads of organs and specialized agencies of the African Union, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of regional economic communities, Excellencies, heads of specialized institutions of the United Nations and international organizations here present. Excellencies, heads of African financial institutions, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning to you all. It is an immense pleasure for me to welcome you here to the opening ceremony of the 39th ordinary session of the Assembly of Heads of States taking place here today at the headquarters of the African Union in Addis Ababa, the capital of Africa. This session, which is a very important one, is the first of its kind since the election of the new leadership of the African Union Commission last year, February 2025. This offers an opportunity for constructive discussions on the progress made so far. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the program of our opening ceremony will be as follows. First and foremost, we are going to listen to the statements that will be made respectively by His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, His Excellency Mohamed Mustafa, His Excellency Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, and His Excellency João Manuel Goncalves. These statements will be followed by the announcement of the Bureau of the Assembly of the African Union for the year 2026. And in this vein, His Excellency João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and the outgoing chairperson of the African Union, will make his handing over statement as the outgoing chair of the African Union. And after that, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi, the incoming AU chairperson, will also make his own acceptance statement. And these statements, Your Excellencies, will be followed by the presentation and the launch of the African Union theme of the year 2026. That is, guarantee the sustainable availability of water and help systems to meet the objectives of Agenda 2063. That said, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and pleasure to invite His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the AU Commission, to make his opening statement.
Excellency João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and Chair of the African Union, Excellency Dr. Abiy Mohamed, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of Italy, and Honorable Mustafa, Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority, UN Secretary General, representatives of Pan-African institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to wish you a very happy New Year 2026. I also want to wish you all a warm welcome to the African Union, especially the newly elected heads of state. Permit me also to congratulate and thank President Lourenço of Angola for his chairship of the Union in 2025, which has given a new fillip to our continental agenda. The 39th summit of the African Union, ladies and gentlemen, is based on the theme water and sanitation, which is key to our economies and which is a collective good which should be a source of peace and cooperation among nations. Our summit is taking place against the backdrop of a crisis in the world and on the continent and in the world. And our policy of silencing the gun is far from becoming a reality. And the open or latent conflicts are chronic. Unconstitutional change of government is also reminds us of the obscure post-independence period. The change in the international order significantly impacts the affairs of the continent without forgetting the interference in our affairs by externalities. Multilateralism is sorely tested, and we are witnessing the emergence of unilateralism and protectionism. In the face of these, Africa should scale up its cooperation through the enhancing of its integration and cooperation programs. Pan-African institutions should intensify their efforts and determination. ASCFTA, AUDA, NEPAD, Africa CDC, and other mechanisms of African should work together. We request African financial institutions, AFC, the African Development Bank, and African Bank to work together. Ladies and gentlemen, regional economic communities also have to scale up their operations. By 2050, Africa should be able to rival with the major economies. Agenda 2063 should guide us towards the Africa that we want, a strong, autonomous, and prosperous Africa. These are not pious wishes, but an imperative for survival. And the major countries in the world are preparing for the polarization of this world. Africa is in the global south, but Africa has its own hallmark and its own identity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the reform of the institution should continue. The mobilization of domestic resources to finance the programs of the continent is not an option. It's urgent in the face of external tariffs. Our youth on the continent are impatient, and our women want more equality. Our civil society is positioning itself. So it's crucial to expedite the industrialization of the continent and the transformation of agriculture. And that will only be possible if we develop the energy potential of Africa and also create the necessary infrastructure. These are the prerequisites for the economic development of the continent expected. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the projects are complex and many. And we also know the challenges. You are confronted with these challenges on a daily basis in your respective countries. The African Union Commission, which I heard, will spare no efforts to advance this agenda. This is a long-term work, and we need to ensure that our action is sustainable. The 5-year 2022-2028 plan has been launched. The Agenda 2023 decade should be characterized by a high level of performance and execution. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's also important to focus on the suffering of our people, victims of war, injustice, displacement, and we cannot avoid their daily challenges. From the Sudan to the Sahel to the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia, and elsewhere, our people continue to bear the brunt of instability. In the Middle East, Palestine, so the suffering of Palestinians is also a cause on us to act. The suffering of people should cease. International law and international humanitarian law are the basis of the international community. Preserving and promoting them will be the only pathway to ensuring peace in the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very success in your deliberation. Thank you.
Che le vostre deliberazioni abbiano successo nei prossimi giorni. Grazie.
Merci, Votre Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. And we warmly welcome the Prime Minister of the State of Palestine, who has joined us on the podium. We also acknowledge His Excellency, Madam Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, and who is also one of the Africans most known in this in the Commission. So welcome. So it's an immense privilege to invite His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, to deliver his statement. Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency,
Eccellenza João Lourenço,
Chairperson of the African
Presidente
Union,
uscente dell'Unione Africana, Eccellenza
Giorgia Meloni,
Republic of Italy, Presidente del Consiglio
Your
della Repubblica
Excellencies,
Italiana,
Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Madam Amina, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, former Heads of State and Government present, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you to Ethiopia, a land where human origins are traced, where time is measured differently, where coffee was first shared with the world, a place where deep history, proven resilience, and bold ambition for Africa's future converge. Today, as Africa gathers at a defining moment, we recognize that our continent's most strategic asset is not only what we extract, but what we design, build, and govern. Progress is achieved when vision is translated into systems and ideas into lasting institutions. As we build on the African Water Vision 2025, we reflect on a simple truth. Water is more than a resource. It is a foundation of development, innovation, and stability. It shapes our cities, our farms, our health, and our peace. Here in Ethiopia, we have learned that responsible water management is central to guiding development wisely. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam now powers homes and industry, exports electricity to neighboring countries, and shows how African ingenuity can drive shared prosperity. Across Africa, rivers can become engines of stability when governed for shared benefit. On our land, targeted policy and innovation have enabled with self-sufficiency, and large-scale industrial investments are moving us from dependency to production. Excellencies, today, many African economies are among the fastest growing in the world. Projections show that Africa's growth will be on par, if not above, that of Asia. This is a rare convergence in modern economic history. In Ethiopia, we expect growth of 10.2% by the end of this year. Over the next 25 years, we aim to move from a low-income economy to a globally competitive one, anchored in productivity, industrialization, innovation, and quality jobs. Yet, growth alone is not enough. Our greatest wealth is our people. By 2035, Africa will add more young people to the global workforce than the rest of the world combined. This demographic reality must be harnessed with purpose. Numbers alone will not deliver prosperity. That's why we are investing in maternal and child health, expanding early childhood education, and scaling school feeding programs. Every child must arrive at school nourished, ready to learn, and prepare to contribute. We also strongly believe development must include all. Across Ethiopia, urban and rural areas are being transformed, designed to be green, human-centered, and resilient. Excellencies, in Addis Ababa, riverside renewal has transformed degraded waterways into clean, vibrant public spaces, reducing flood risk, restoring dignity, and strengthening community life. As Africa's urban landscape expands rapidly, we must be intentional. The African city of the future is walkable, green, youth-centered, and grounded in dignity and belonging. In rural areas, modernization is enhancing livelihoods, connecting communities to markets. This integrated approach links development with climate stewardship. One expression of this is the Green Legacy Initiative. We have planted more than 48 billion trees, restoring ecosystems and building a living legacy for future generations. Yet, the global development pathway has come at immense environmental cost, costs borne by communities far beyond those responsible. Therefore, climate action must be anchored in justice and equity, aligning finance, technology, and partnership to enable Africa to thrive. In this spirit, we hosted the second Africa Climate Summit, and we are preparing to host COP32 ensuring Africa speaks with one voice and presents solutions to the globe. This same principle of integration guides our technological transformation. Under Digital Ethiopia 2030, we're building digital public infrastructure that places citizens at the center of service delivery. By linking FIDA, our national digital ID, with payment systems and the massive data exchange, we enable secure access to services, seamless transactions, and responsible data sharing, fostering trust and driving our economy forward. In 2020, Ethiopia established Africa's first artificial intelligence institute. Building on this foundation, we are preparing to launch an AI university anchored in the Ethiopian philosophy of Maddamer, synergy through purposeful collaboration. This institution will unite human values with machine intelligence, local context with global relevance, and scientific rigor with applied impact. It will ensure technology drives growth and position Africa as a global contributor in the age of intelligence. Ethiopia is also continuing to invest in connectivity. Through Ethiopian Airlines, we connect people, link markets, and move goods. To sustain this momentum, we are building Africa's largest airport, a next-generation gateway that will anchor our continent in global value chain. Beyond aviation, Ethio Telecom is expanding across Africa, bridging the digital divide and linking our continent's future through strategic partnerships. Yet, connectivity must be complete. For a nation like Ethiopia, with over 130 million people, sustainable growth requires diversified access. Ensuring reliable access to the sea through peaceful cooperation is fundamental to our economic future and to long-term stability and prosperity in the Horn of Africa. Excellencies, we meet at a moment of profound global transition. In this era of uncertainty, Africa's strengths will lie in a union that is confident and united. As we approach the African Union Silver Jubilee, the moment marks a transition from foundational unity to functional sovereignty. Sovereignty means owning our narrative. Through initiatives like Pulse of Africa, we amplify African voices because development is never complete without our story. Africa can contribute stability, scale, and solutions to a changing world. But we must do more than respond to crisis. We must shape agendas, turning vision into action and leading with purpose. Every river we manage, every city we design, and every digital platform we deploy must generate resilient opportunity and dignity. By 2063, Africa will be defined by what we secure, what we sustain, and what we share. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our moment and this is our responsibility. To conclude, I extend my appreciation to our outgoing chairperson, President João Lorenzo, for his leadership and service to our union. I also warmly congratulate our new incoming chairperson and wish him success in guiding Africa forward. God bless Ethiopia. God bless Africa. I thank you.
Benedica l'Africa, grazie. Merci beaucoup, Excellence.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now I have the singular honor of inviting His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, to deliver his statement. Excellency, you have the floor.
Presidente João Lourenço da República de Angola e Chairperson da União Africana, distinguished heads of state and government, Chairperson Mahmoud Yusuf of the Commission of the African Union, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In a world filled with division and mistrust, the African Union is a flagship for multilateralism. My gratitude runs deep. I will carry with me always the unwavering, decisive support of the African group in the UN on issue after issue, initiative after initiative, in the shared struggle for justice and equality. Your solidarity has not only strengthened our efforts, it has moved me deeply, and I will never forget it. From day one of my mandate, we forged a UN partnership with the African Union rooted in respect, constant dialogue, and unwavering solidarity. Over the last decade, our cooperation has reached new heights. Joint frameworks on peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. Collaboration during COVID-19, important new partnerships, and the landmark adoption of Security Council Resolution 2719, creating a pathway for predictable funding for EU-led peace support operations. We have been honored to support EU priorities, from silencing the guns to the African Humanitarian Agency to the promotion of inclusive political transitions. And we have stood with Africa as you lead global demands for justice, confronting the legacy of slavery and colonialism, including your call for reparatory justice frameworks, championing the Sustainable Development Goals, driving climate ambition, and strengthening multilateralism for the 21st century through the reforms of the global financial architecture and, at long last, the UN Security Council. The absence of permanent African seats in the Security Council is indefensible. This is 2026, not 1946. Whatever decisions about Africa and the world are on the table, Africa must be at the table. Excellencies, these priorities inform the Pact for the Future, shaped by African leadership and the UN80 initiative to strengthen UN support to Africa and beyond. Looking ahead, we continue to have three major areas of focus. First, peace. In Sudan, the parties must commit to an immediate cessation of hostilities and resume talks towards a lasting ceasefire and comprehensive, inclusive, and Sudanese-owned political process. In South Sudan, the EU's high-level ad hoc committee provides an important chance to revive political dialogue and prevent renewed conflict. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, commitments must be honored, starting with an immediate ceasefire in the respect of the territorial integrity of the RDC. In the Central African Republic, political and security gains must be consolidated. And in Libya, all actors must advance a Libyan-led process supported by the United Nations Support Mission. Across West Africa and the Sahel, coordinated efforts are essential to end cycles of violence, terrorism, and displacement. And this Somalia, sustained and predictable funding for the EU support and stabilization mission is vital. I regret the Security Council's lack of consensus for finance through assessed contributions. If the mission of the EU in Somalia did not warrant global support, what would? More broadly, we are reviewing peace operations to ensure mandates are realistic, sequenced and well-resourced, and supported by clear transition strategies. Excellences, deuxièmement, l'action économique. De financement vertigineux des objectifs de développement durable de 4 000 milliards de dollars par an. Dans le même temps, l'Afrique perd chaque année davantage en remboursement de la dette et en flux financiers illicites qu'elle ne reçoit d'aide. Parallèlement, les pays africains paient des taux d'emprunt jusqu'à 8 fois supérieurs à ceux des économies avancées. Nous devons tripler la capacité de prêt des banques multilatérales de développement, mobiliser davantage de financements privés, réduire les coûts et les risques d'emprunt et soutenir les pays en situation d'endettement, de surendettement, et réformer l'architecture financière internationale afin de garantir aux pays en développement, et notamment aux pays africains, une voix et une participation pleine et entière dans les institutions financières et les prises de décision. La communauté internationale doit aussi assumer pleinement ses responsabilités dans la lutte contre le blanchissement de l'argent, l'évasion fiscale et les flux financiers illicites. Excellencies, third, climate action. Your team underlines the urgency of resilient water and sanitation systems in a warming planet. The science is unequivocal. The planet will overshoot the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit. Our common task is to make that overshoot as small, short, and safe as possible. The G20 accounts for close to 80% of global emissions, and they must deliver major reductions this decade. Meanwhile, Africa, with 60% of the world's best solar potential, can become a clean energy powerhouse. Yet Africa receives only 2% of global clean energy investment. After contributing almost nothing to the crisis, Africa faces faster than average warming. Adaptation must be a priority. And that requires developed countries tripling adaptation finance and mobilizing the $1.3 trillion a year for developing countries by 2035, as agreed in Baku. Scaling up the Loss and Damage Fund and accelerating a just, orderly, and equitable transition from fossil fuels to renewables. Expanding early warning systems and ensuring African countries benefit first and fully from their critical minerals through fair, sustainable value chains and manufacturing, in line with recommendations of the UN panel on critical energy transition minerals. No more exploitation, no more plundering. The people of Africa must benefit from the resources of Africa. Excellencies, your leadership and solidarity have shaped my mission as Secretary General every step of the way. Let's keep going, strengthening our partnership for peace, sustainable development, and human rights for Africa and our world. And allow me a final observation. Some have described my presence here as a farewell. It's not true. I can guarantee that until the last moment of my mandate, Africa will be the priority #1 of the UN in all its activities. And that the partnership between the African Union and the UN will be our deepest strategic partnership. And after the 31st of December, I can guarantee that wherever I will be, whatever I will be doing, in the center of my concerns and of my active solidarity, there will be Africa always. Africa sempre.
Merci beaucoup, Votre Excellence.
I thank you very much, Excellency. Honor to invite His Excellency Mohammed Mustafa, Prime Minister of the State of Palestine, in order to address this august assembly. Excellency, you have the floor. Your Excellency João Lourenço, Chairman of the African Union, President of the Republic of Angola, Your Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the Commission of the African Union, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Italy, Your Excellency Secretary General Mr. Guterres of the UN, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I'm very pleased to stand before you here on behalf of your brother, His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, conveying to you his greetings and his wishes of success for the 39th Assembly of the African Union until it achieves its goals and also until it achieves for Africa and its struggling peoples prosperity, stability, and sustainable development. Now I will read to you the message or the statement of President Mahmoud Abbas to this Assembly. We would like, first of all, to express our congratulations to the President of Burundi, Mr. Everest Shimi, for being elected at the helm of this Assembly in 2026, and we extend our thanks and gratitude to the President of the Republic of Angola, João Lourenço, for chairing the previous session of the Union. I would like also to seize this opportunity in order to reaffirm our pride for the deep ties and also the solidarity of Africa with Palestine, and also the common values on which the relationship between Africa and Palestine has been established since the last century, at the top of which the rejection of all forms of colonization and the right of peoples for freedom and self-determination and also dependency, and also the common objectives of development, the sharing of expertise and benefits in order to achieve prosperity and economic integration and the reinforcement of ties and mutual benefits among our peoples. And in this respect, we would like to commend the efforts of the African Union and the member states in order to achieve sustainable development and also high growth rates, and would like to support these efforts which are aimed at exploiting resources and the wealth of the continent in the service of the African peoples. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, heads of state and government and heads of delegations, our Palestinian people is still suffering from the occupation, from the Israeli occupation, and also the crimes of Israel have been increasing day after day, and we need more solidarity and efforts by the international community in order to achieve its freedom and self-determination and build up its state on the borders of 1967 and based also on international resolutions. This summit is taking place at a very important juncture for the Palestinian people who is still suffering, and the war in Gaza has been unprecedented, and you have been watching and following this war through your televisions, which has cost more than 70,000 deaths. And this and the people, 85% of our infrastructure in Gaza has been demolished in violation of international law. The state of Palestine has agreed on the ceasefire and also the American decision on Gaza, and which has set for which would lead to self-determination for the Palestinian after a period of transition of 2 years. Our agreement is based on our conviction that war must be ended and that the suffering of our peoples must be ended, particularly that the resolution of the United Nations has stipulated that this transition period will last 2 years. Our agreement is based also on our conviction for the need to end the war against our people and ease their suffering, especially that the resolution of the United Nations Security Council has stipulated the necessity of access of humanitarian assistance and the start of reconstruction in Gaza. But despite this ceasefire, thanks to the role played by the mediators, particularly the United States, Turkey, and Qatar, despite all this, Israel is still violating this ceasefire since it has killed, since the time of the ceasefire up to now, more than 500 Palestinians since the proclamation of the ceasefire, which threatens the ceasefire and undermines the second phase fully. And in this context, we would like to reaffirm the need to lift all the obstacles that are imposed by Israel against the arrangements that are related to the second phase, including the work of the board of Gaza in order to ensure the continuation of the services and humanitarian assistance. Our vision for the future of Gaza is quite clear. Gaza is an integrated part of Palestine, and our people is one, and our national project is one as part of our overall vision, which is based on one state, one political system, one government, one law, and one legislation based on the UN Security Council relevant resolutions. Ladies and gentlemen, what is taking place in the West Bank reflects the suffering which the people in Gaza are faced with, since there is an enlargement of the settlements and our people are suffering from the violence exerted by the settlers. and the confiscation of their lands and goods as a violation against international law. And last month alone, the terrorist settlers have committed more than 72 aggressions against our people in the West Bank. And the Israeli government has undertaken a new legislation which reinforces settlement and which allows the confiscation of lands in violation of international law. All this in order to impose the Israeli sovereignty on Palestine and prevent the setting up of the Palestinian state. These measures, which have been proclaimed recently, need a vigorous response in order to save the solution based on two states. And the Israeli government is trying to undermine the action of the Palestinian government through trying to keep the taxes, and this in violation of the Protocol of Oslo, which was agreed upon by the two sides, since those funds that have been restrained by Israel are estimated at more than $4 billion, and our government has lost more than 70% of its outcome. So which government could really carry on its action while losing more than a third of its financial resources? And we must also talk about the city of Jerusalem because of its religious and historical and legal importance, and all the policies that it is faced with aimed at imposing, at undermining the presence of the Palestinians in Jerusalem. And these policies include the violation of the sanctity of the Holy Mosque. This in addition to policies of demolition of homes and also the prevention of Christians and Muslims from access to holy shrines in order to undertake their prayers in Jerusalem, in Al-Quds. This is a violation of international law and legitimacy. And these measures undermine any horizon in order to achieve sustainable and lasting peace in the region. And we must here underscore that East Jerusalem is part and parcel of the state of Palestine, and that any attempts to impose a new reality will not change the legal status of this holy city. Mr. Chairman, heads of delegations, last year was very important as concerns the international momentum in support of our people, and particularly the International Alliance for the Two-State Solution and the initiative of Saudi Arabia and our friends in France in organizing a conference on the two-state solution. This in compliance with UN resolution, and this has led to the New York Agreement, which was agreed by the General Assembly on the 12th of September 2025, with the support of your countries in the service, in the benefit of this proclamation. And the international recognition was very important, since the number of countries which have recognized the state of Palestine, 160 states. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate my thanks and gratitude for the principle-based positions of the African Union and its member states in supporting and backing the Palestinian questions in all the regional and international fora. And we would like also to reiterate our support to your actions and struggle and priorities in Africa and the need to enable Africa to play its leading role in a multilateral world while protecting its cultural identity and sovereignty. And we would like to greet on this occasion the great efforts which are being made by the UN and its Secretary General and its agencies in providing important assistance and services to our people. And we would like to commend also the efforts, whether formal or informal, which have supported the Palestinian question and which have considered the Palestinian issue as a central one. We would like to support our full support to the aspirations of our brothers in Africa for stability, prosperity and development, and wish full success to your work and the future of Africa and its free peoples, and wish them more prosperity. Wassalamu alaikum. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci, Votre Excellence.
I thank you, Excellency. I have the honor now to invite His Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of the Republic of Italy, to make her statement. Excellency, you have the floor.
Presidents, Prime Ministers, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to be here with you today. And I would like to express my heartfelt thanks once again to President Yusuf and President Lorenzo, as well as to all of you for this historic opportunity offered to Italy. The invitation to participate in the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union, the forum in which this organization discusses its fundamental political choices and determines the strategic direction of the continent, is a recognition that can only make Italy proud and that will Italy accept with respect and a sense of responsibility. It is a demonstration of trust that we will not disappoint. I have the honor to lead a nation that has in its DNA characteristics that historically make it a respected and valued partner. Propensity for dialogue, capacity for discussion, respect for others before anything else. A nation that has built part of its identity and its foreign policy on the profound meaning of a world that in times as unstable and unpredictable as ours can be the key to charting the course. And that word is cooperation. The word cooperation comes from the Latin cooperare, to work with. True cooperation, that is, never sees an active and a passive subject, but exists only in a relation between equals, a relation in which the specificities of each one are indispensable for achieving a common goal. If you look down on someone, you cannot cooperate with them. If you want to plunder their resources, you are not cooperating with them. Even if you just want to give charity, you cannot call it cooperation, for cooperation is another thing. And what Italy wants to do is to cooperate. Yesterday, together with many of you, we attended the second Italy-Africa Summit, the first ever to be held on this continent. I would like to thank the Ethiopian Prime Minister, my friend Abiy Ahmed, and the leaders of the African Union for their hospitality and cooperation in organizing the event. In that context, we discussed what we can do to further strengthen and consolidate one of the most concrete outcomes of this idea of cooperation, which is the Mattei Plan for Africa. The investment plan that Italy has implemented in various nations of the continent in areas ranging from infrastructure to agriculture, from health to training. This is a strategy that we have built together, because we do not conceive of the Mattei Plan as an Italian plan for Africa, but as Italy's contribution to your agenda, with a particular focus on this year on water-related projects. It is an open platform for putting our know-how, our technologies, our investments at the service of the objectives that the African Union has set out in Agenda 2063, starting with the creation of a continental free trade area that is integrated and prosperous. This is an ambitious goal which we will support and which will require efficient, secure, and fast economic interconnections in order to be achieved. Like the Lobito corridor, the railway and infrastructure backbone that will connect African markets to global ones and bring people, ideas, and economies closer together. A strategic project that sees Italy at the forefront, together with the United States and the European Union. In short, the Mattei Plan is a comprehensive strategy that generates concrete benefits for our peoples and aims to continually expand its scope, relying on the irreplaceable contribution of major United Nations agencies, and I want to thank the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, but also the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and many other partners who increasingly share our vision. 2 years ago in Rome, we set out the course together. And in recent years, we have followed it with consistency and determination, adding a new piece to the mosaic each time and bringing new nations on board every year. We have done so on many fronts, starting with what I consider to be crucial for building a true free Africa capable of determining its own destiny, addressing the issue of debt. We wanted to chart a course on this issue as well. Therefore, Italy has decided to launch a vast program to convert the debt of African nations, which includes, among its main points, the complete transformation of the debt of the most fragile and vulnerable countries into investments, and the strengthening of the contribution to the World Bank's AIDA funds. Similarly, we've introduced specific debt suspension clauses into our bilateral loans, allowing African nations affected by extreme weather events to free up fiscal space to help their population and rebuild essential infrastructures. These are choices based on justice and responsibility, which are crucial for freeing up resources that are vital for development and for assuring peace and prosperity, including in those areas of the continent that are currently more affected than others by instability, insecurity, and serious humanitarian crises, such as neighboring Sudan and Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. But we also want our collaboration to be political at the multilateral level. We want to help strengthen the valuable work carried out daily by the African Union, ensuring greater consistency to the mediation activities carried out by the UN and the European Union and key international partners. We will continue to do our part because we are aware that the future of Italy and Europe also depends on a secure, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. It is often said in the many analyses of the troubled and complex times we are living in that history has started running again. This is true. And my opinion is that today it is running here. Africa is not a marginal chapter in this story, far from it. And those who do not understand this scenario risk being left behind. But those who understand this scenario see the reality. A continent with 1,000 peculiarities and 1,000 demands, some of which are very different from each other. A continent rich in resources, raw materials, and arable land, which can count on a decisive force in the age of knowledge, which is human capital. This is why Italy has focused much of its energy on training projects for young people, including in the field of artificial intelligence. In short, our point of view is that Italy and Europe cannot think about the future without taking Africa into proper consideration, because our future also depends on yours. Aware of this, Italy intends to continue to be a privileged bridge between Europe and Africa, making available the strength of its institutions, its great tradition of dialogue, and the expertise of its companies. We want to do this also to achieve another goal that we all consider momentous, to guarantee the men and women of this continent a freedom that has often been denied them, the freedom to choose to remain in their country, to contribute to its growth without being forced to leave it, often paying unscrupulous traffickers to risk their lives in an attempt to cross the Mediterranean. Those who believe that migration is necessary and indispensable are in fact acting selfishly. If young people leave their land and their people in pursuit of the promise of a better life, what will become of the history, culture, and existence of a country they have abandoned? These words are not mine, nor those of a political leader, but of a son who is proud of Africa and who holds Africa's future close to his heart, which is the Guinean Cardinal Robert Sarah. Clearly, in order to guarantee the right not to have to emigrate, it is necessary to offer concrete opportunities for training and work, to enhance human capital and improve the quality of education, invest in skills and educational systems, and create industrial partnership and joint ventures capable of generating stable, quality employment in the territories. This is our mission, which is being put into practice in the many initiatives that Italy is promoting, including together with the African Union. And what I would like to see today is in this solemn place dedicated to another great son of a free and proud Africa, Nelson Mandela, is a great alliance between us to put training, research, university, and innovation at the center of our common commitment. An alliance aimed not at taking away talent, but at multiplying it and building a model of development that respects people and values different identities. Presidents, prime ministers, dear friends, Pliny the Elder, one of the most famous historians of ancient Rome, said that something new always arises from Africa. So my wish for each of us is that something new may truly arise from today's meeting, something that no one expects or that many considered impossible. For impossible is usually the word that people without courage use. Something capable of astonishing the world and suddenly making everything we have seen so far seem trivial. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Excellency. J'ai l'insigne honneur maintenant.
I have the honor now to invite His Excellency João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and the Chairperson of the African Union, to make his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Assim tão alto.
His Majesty Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Majesty Letsi III of the Kingdom of Lesotho, His Excellency Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the host of the Assembly, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi and incoming chairperson of the African Union, Excellencies, heads of states and government of the African Union, His Excellency Prime Minister of the State of Palestine, His Excellency Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the UN, Excellencies, representatives of heads of states and government of the African Union, Excellencies, heads of delegations, Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps accredited in Addis Ababa, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is with the highest honor that, as a chairperson of the African Union, I take the floor to address Your Excellencies at this Assembly to open the 39th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union, dedicated to a theme of strategic importance for the present and future of our continent, namely ensuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. I would like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to His Excellency Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Federal and Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and to the Ethiopian people for the warm welcome and generous hospitality extended to all delegations since our arrival in this country of particular importance to our continent by virtue of its history and for hosting the headquarters of the African Union, the organization that unites all peoples of Africa. During this assembly, we will discuss issues of great importance for the functioning and growth of the African Union, as well as reflecting on the objectives set by the organization for the year that has just ended, on results achieved and what remains developments to be achieved. We will also endeavor to jointly chart the most appropriate course of action to ensure the effective operation of matters relating to water as a vital and irreplaceable resource and strategic resource essential to economic development, public health, food security, social stability, and peace in Africa. We will also highlight the need to work hard to ensure that access to drinking water and sanitation is not just a technical issue, but a potential and a moral commitment to our peoples, because despite the abundance of water resources on the continent, we continue to witness situations where African citizens are deprived of safe access to drinking water and adequate sanitation, which is a collective challenge that requires courageous, integrated, and sustainable responses. The efforts that we have undertaken to build the Africa we want cannot be fully realized without making significant investment that deliver tangible results in the water and sanitation sector. Only in this way we will ensure universal and equitable access to these services and fulfill the aspiration of Agenda 2063, particularly with regard to inclusive development, human capital, climate resilience, and good governance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, exactly 1 year ago, the Republic of Angola assumed the chairmanship of the African Union with the firm determination to advance initiatives to contribute to the attainment of the overarching objective enshrined in the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, as well as for the effective operationalization of the issue related to the search for justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations, a theme adopted by our organization for the year 2025. This mission, entrusted for the first time to my country, has allowed me to contribute with your support to the progress of our common cause based on shared values inspired by the founding fathers of the Pan-Africanism. Throughout this mandate, we have endeavored to strengthen the role of African Union as a platform for political coordination and concrete action, promoting a closer synergy between member states and the regional economic community, reinforcing preventive approaches to the impacts of climate change, mobilizing strategic partnership for the funding of resilient infrastructure, and reaffirming the following principles. Sustainable development is inseparable from stability and lasting peace. The full development of Africa will only be possible if no one is left behind. It is in this framework that Angola chairship was structured, upholding infrastructure and human capital as key pillars of Africa's comprehensive development, underpinned by fundamental strategic priorities, namely peace, security, and good governance, sustainable development and economic growth, continental integration, human capital and infrastructure, and the strengthening of strategic partnership and effective and inclusive multilateralism. As part of the implementation of the main objective focus on the above-mentioned theme, we worked in coordination with the African Union Commission to hold in Rwanda the third summit on financing for development of infrastructure in Africa that was held in October 2025. This event, aligned with the U.S. Africa Business Forum, held in June of the same year, and with the priority action defined at the continental level within the framework of the acceleration of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063 for the period 2024-2033 was a unique opportunity to articulate our national, regional, and continental development strategies in line with our ambition for growth, transformation, and regional integration. At the Infrastructure Summit and also at the Business Forum with the United States, we were able to unite Africa's key partners around the fulfillment of the commitments of the Great Development Dream, and thus mobilize significant financial resources to invest in sectors like health, agribusiness, tourism, digital transformation, integrated economic corridors, rail network, transnational motorways, the African single electricity market, and the development of our African Aviation Master Plan. We recently announced in Dubai the launch of a major platform entrusted with mobilizing financial capital dispersed across the world to be directed to Africa within an innovative framework aimed at leveraging our natural resources for economic development and social development of our continent. This is the Global Summit for Investment in Africa, whose main promoter is Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, our well-known brother, which will have its first summit in Rwanda at the end of this year. By doing so, we have demonstrated that Africa is capable of mobilizing, plan, and act collectively to build solid foundations for a better future. In carrying out the initiative described above, we also aimed to emphasize the acceleration and the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area as a true engine of Africa's economic transformation and social transformation. This flagship project of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union has the potential to make us more stronger in a world increasingly marked by polarization, contributing for a meaningful integration, which remains one of the central pillars of our collective action. In this context, I'm confident that we will continue to work together to expand transnational transport projects and energy infrastructure aimed at connecting our peoples and our market, as the important investment in my country by Lobito Corridor, just to mention but one example. Without roads, without ports and adequate digital and energy networks, without consistent infrastructure, integration will remain an unattainable dream. Considering that Africa cannot be a spectator, but a central player in the transformation of the world for the preservation of its strategic interests, structural interests, we participated on behalf of the continent in the G20 summit, in the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD, in the African Union, European Union Summit, in the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, and in the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. Our participation in these events was extremely important for Africa because we took advantage of these occasions to defend our common position on issues of vital interest for our continent, such as the reforming of the international financial architectures in making it more inclusive, effective, and adapted to the current challenges, supporting the reduction of African countries' debt costs, and increasing access to sustainable financing, strengthening our renewable energy production capacity, increasing climate resilience and social protection. We reaffirm our commitment towards multilateralism based on respect for international law and the United Nations Charter, and on the reform of the United Nations system, with particular emphasis on the Security Council, which must reflect the reality of the current world in order to ensure the balance between the different geopolitical interests and regain its ability to fully play its role as guarantor of world peace and security. We stand for the promotion of a CFTA as engine of continental economic integration as an important tool for global trade stability. In addition, we highlight the need to count on the support of our partners in investing in Africa's industrial development and transformation of our agricultural system to make them resilient to climate change. The Angolan president has also paid particular attention to the internal function of the African Union from the technical, legal, and administrative organizational point of view. I would like to highlight the initiative of strengthening our general working methods by adopting a more agile, less bureaucratic model capable of leading to effective solutions and solid conclusions, supported by an agenda that can be addressed within a reasonable time frame. This effort, which is of consensus amongst the member states, will lead to the adoption of a decision of great importance during this present session. In parallel, in the reforms of our organization for its better functioning, I would like to highlight and commend the commitment and dedication shown by His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, and champion of institutional reforms, who will present us a consolidated report on the ongoing process. This document will reflect our desire to streamline African Union structures, contain administrative costs, and strengthen the coherence between institutional reforms and operational effectiveness and credibility of our continental organization. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, issues relating to the promotion of peace, security and stability in Africa have also been at the heart of our action, since any effort to build the Africa we want will only be possible if we succeed in realizing the dream of silencing the guns in Africa. We have undertaken a collective effort to achieve swift robust and effective solutions to bring to an end the protracted conflicts that undermine the stability in the continent. Terrorism, violent extremism, and constitutional changes of government, with 2 new cases in Madagascar and in Guinea-Bissau. Maritime piracy that make security fragile in Africa. As the chairperson of the African Union, as champion for peace and reconciliation in Africa, we will continue to undertake actions to contribute to the resolution of the complex conflicts ravaging Sudan and the DRC. We are deeply concerned about the intensification of clashes between the Sudanese armed forces and the RSF, which have plunged the country into an unprecedented humanitarian crisis with thousands of deaths, massive population displacement, and essential infrastructure destroyed. It is important that the world turns its attention to this catastrophe unfolding in Sudan so that it can be resolved rapidly and protect the civilian populations. We must continue to join forces in helping the people of Sudan in finding the path to peace, harmony, and national reconciliation. With regard to the situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, notwithstanding the initiatives undertaken by the Republic of the Angola, Republic of Kenya, which followed the negotiation of ceasefire in Doha and peace accord in Washington, D.C., we continue to observe with concern the deterioration of the security and humanitarian situation marked by the recent occupation of new strategic position and the establishment of a parallel administration in the occupied territories occupied by M23. In order not to lose the gains achieved under the process of Washington and Doha, which recognize the need for inter-Congolese dialogue, Angola has developed initiatives to highlight the vital and urgent importance of the initiation of dialogue as a unique step towards national reconciliation and the achievement of lasting peace throughout the country. In the context of these efforts, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the diplomatic initiatives of His Excellency for Nyasimbe, President of the Council of Talk and mediator of the peace process in the Eastern DRC, who, in seeking African solution to African problems, has been developing actions that can help to preserve peace and security in this sisterly country. It is also of major concern the expansion of terrorist groups that continue to severely affect Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, and northern Cameroon, jeopardizing the security of population and the cohesion of states. Also in Somalia, despite the efforts of the federal government and the African Union through the Stabilization Support Missions AUSON, repeated terrorist attacks are weakening the entire region of the Horn of Africa, with impact in southern Africa, particularly in the northern of Mozambique. I therefore call on an increased support in all areas, including in greater advocacy among international partners, in particular within the UN Security Council, with a view to mobilizing additional resources that are essential for the success of this peace mission. I also take this stage to reiterate the African Union's firm position that rejects any initiative aiming at recognizing Somaliland as an independent entity, as this is a violation of principles of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the norm of the inviolability of borders inherited from independence. The preservation of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and unity and stability of the Federal Republic of Somalia is non-negotiable.
Africa
has a strong institution that is capable of meeting the major challenge that our continent faces ahead, thanks to its approach to fundamental issues and its ability to coordinate the major initiatives that we have sought to implement in order to put Africa and place Africa in the path to development. The African Union enjoys growing prestige, as we can see from the interest from our partners in making their voices heard in our meetings, because they recognize our potential internally and the contribution that we can give in our resources to the development of humanity. And our internal resources has courageous yet sensible, moderate and balanced political position on international peace and security, on the global economy and trade, and the energy, food, and humanitarian and climate crisis that the world faces currently. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as a member of the Peace and Security Council for the period 2024 to 2026, my country has committed to strengthen this fundamental body of our continental organization and adapt the African peace and security architecture to the current challenges. We need to improve the effectiveness of our conflict prevention mechanism and conflict resolution so that African Union can strengthen its capacity to respond to crises that affect directly our member states. On this basis, and in view of the increased security crisis in Africa, we have decided to propose an extraordinary session of heads of state and government of the African Union in Rwanda that will be dedicated to analyzing solutions to address and respond to the threats to peace, security, and development on our continent. I am convinced that this initiative could contribute significantly to strengthening the mechanism and means of conflict prevention and management and resolution of conflicts in Africa. We are witnessing to the emergence of new phenomena that should not be legitimated and endorsed by the African Union Peace and Security Council. When we talk on the need to restore constitutional order after power has been seized by unconstitutional means, we are not saying that it will be restored as long as the perpetrators of the coup d'etat hold elections and get themselves elected. This is a way of whitewashing an act that lacks legitimacy, which unfortunately is being seen as normal and therefore acceptable, when indeed it threatens the foundations of our principles of and peace and security of the continent. This cannot become a norm of attaining power, because it will be an indirect way of encouraging coup d'etats, which are then whitewashed and everything is just fine. Ladies and gentlemen, under the contribution that the Republic of Angola has sought to make towards stability, peace, and concord in our continent, we have been convening every 2 years in Luanda the Pan-African Forum for the Culture of Peace and Non-Violence in Africa, the Biennale of Luanda, a platform for dialogue, reflection, and cooperation that brings together political leaders, academics, artists, and representatives of civil society around the promotion of peace, tolerance, and solidarity among the peoples of Africa. This event, which will celebrate in October this year, in partnership with the African Union in UNESCO, its fourth event will be held under the theme Strengthening Water Governance in Africa as a tool for conflict prevention, mediation, and resolution of conflict, in alignment with the theme of the year 2026 adopted by our organization. In this context, I invite Excellencies to join us in Luanda and actively participate in this important event. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era of global geopolitical reconfiguration, making it essential that Africa to defend strong and common position on vital issues such as climate change, health, human rights, peace and food and security, and multilateralism, which should be seen as the most important tool for the restoration of the world war. In the current geopolitical context, marked by a worrying weakening of global governance institutions, has greatly undermined the positive advances made in the field of multilateralism in recent decades. This fragility is particularly acute in Africa, forcing us to redouble our efforts to defend our interests, our peoples, and our nations. Therefore, we must continue to build a stable, integrated Africa where conflicts are prevented and resolved by African mechanisms, ones that are strong and consistent. That is why I call on member states to adopt a more responsible and inclusive forward-looking governance so that our institution can reflect the collective will that strengthens the confidence of our youth in our common project. Africa has the resources, knowledge, and political will necessary to turn its challenges into opportunities, what is required is consistent action, responsibility in implementation, and solidarity among our states. This ordinary session should allow us to assess the progress, identify challenges, and above all, make clear commitments capable of producing real impact in the lives of our population. It should also reinforce our collective resolve to build a more resilient and fairer and more prosperous Africa in line with the vision of Agenda 2063 and legitimate aspirations of the African people. With this consideration, I hereby declare the 39th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the Heads of States and Government of the African Union open. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Votre
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, permit me now to invite His Excellency Ambassador Yusuf Assoumani, Ambassador of the Union of Comoros to Ethiopia and Permanent Representative accredited to the African Union, Dean of Ambassadors in Ethiopia, to introduce the new Bureau of the AU Assembly for 2026. Ambassador, you have the floor. Excellency,
Monsieur Lorenzo, President
João Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola and current Chairman of the African Union. Excellency,
Monsieur
Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Excellency,
Monsieur
Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Excellency, is heads of state and government of the African Union. Excellency Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy. Excellency Mohammed Mustafa, Prime Minister of the State of Palestine. Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General. Excellencies, Ministers of the African Union.
Madame l'ambassadrice Salma
Excellency Ambassador Malika Al-Dadi, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Excellencies, Commissioners of the African Union.
Monsieur et Madame les chefs des organes de l'Union.
All heads of African Union organs, colleagues, ambassadors, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor of presenting the composition of the Bureau of the Assembly of the African Union for 2026, pursuant to the rules and procedures of the Assembly. Chair, the Republic of Burundi. First Vice Chair, the Republic of Ghana. Second Vice Chair, the Republic of Tanzania. Third Vice Chair, for the Third Vice Chair, regional consultations are still ongoing. Rapporteur, the Republic of Angola. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is the proposal for the composition of the Bureau of the Assembly for 2026, and I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, permit me now to proceed to the handover of the chairmanship of the African Union. I have the honor to invite His Excellency João Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola and outgoing Chair of the African Union, to deliver his remarks. Thank you, Excellency. You have the floor.
Sua Excelência Evariste.
Your Excellency Evariste Dashmi, President of the Republic of Burundi and incoming
Chair of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of African Union Member States, Your Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies. It's a great honor and a feeling of fraternity that I convey to you on behalf of the Angolan people and myself my greetings to President Evariste Ndayishimiye as incoming chair of the African Union. The choice of yourself is a recognition by all of us that the African Union over the next 12 months will be led by a leader who will know how to care for our interests and our common objectives, using all his wisdom and his values for the implementation of these endeavors. So I wish him success in this dignifying mission on behalf of Africa, and we should base ourselves on the principle of unity, solidarity, and peace, and stability, and inclusive development. Excellencies, in 2026, we have set ourselves the challenge of implementing a key issue for the African continent, which is to assure sustainable availability of water and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. Access to safe drinking water and sanitation systems is a moral and political imperative that requires a firm commitment by government and its local governments, including partners, including companies, civic associations, and we will be better equipped to face this problem that Africa faces if we join forces. Mr. President, you have a complex and demanding mission ahead of you, which will absorb a large part of your energy, of your time, but I believe that it's worthwhile to look for solutions into which all of us are included so that we break this cycle of underdevelopment that we face, that has very promising perspectives if we focus our attention and energies to achieving this goal. At this moment, as I hand over the baton, I must acknowledge the remarkable work of the African Union Commission, its chairperson, the technical staff, and the entire team that accompanied me with dedication, competence, and unparalleled commitment, deserving of my highest commendation for their service to the cause of restoring dignity and defining a clear and tangible horizon of progress and development for what Africa is and will become in the future. Mr. President, I'm aware that all African nations look to you with the renewed and expecting you to carry forward with the dynamisms, the programs that we have designed, and we know that we'll spare no efforts to provide our essential contributions to the success of your mission. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to welcome Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi and the incoming chairperson of the African Union, for the handover ceremony and to deliver his acceptance speech. May you give me a round of applause, please. Excellency Ndayishimiye. Please, you are welcome.
Excellence, félicitations. Merci. On va faire la passation du drapeau. Bonjour. Bonjour. Ça va? Ok.
Bom, vamos então dar início a.
So we will now start our handover ceremony, starting with our union's flag.
Aquela foi a bandeira de mesa, agora a bandeira.
So this was the small flag. Now I will hand over the big one.
Bom, e agora o mais importante.
Now the most important.
Símbolo do verdadeiro poder. O presidente da Ximin vai passar a.
The token of real power that President Ndayishimiye will take over, which is the gavel, to call people to order. Those who are not in order face the risk of being hit by the gavel on their heads.
Excellence, Monsieur.
Excellency, President, we now invite you to deliver your acceptance speech. Thank you very much. In the name of the Almighty and all merciful God, I thank you, Your Excellency, Excellency, President of the Republic of Angola and outgoing Chairperson of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union. Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and your wife, His Majesty King of Eswatini and His Majesty King of Lesotho, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of the African Union, and your distinguished wives, Excellencies, the Prime Minister of Italy, Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellency, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellency, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency, the representative of the Palestinian Authority, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. May the peace of God be with you. At the outset, I would like to thank God who has enabled us to gather here in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Ethiopian authorities for the warm reception accorded us and for the legendary hospitality extended to us during our arrival in this country. And we also express our deep gratitude for what has been the compliments extended to us during our stay here. Ethiopia has once again confirmed its historic role as a land of African unity and dialogue among peoples. I would also like to pay a vibrant tribute to the founding fathers of the African Union, who in 1963 met here in Addis Ababa and decided to transform the Pan-African ideal into concrete project at the service of unity, solidarity, and the sovereignty of the continent. They labored with conviction to make OAU, which became the AU, an instrument of liberation, dialogue, and cooperation among African states, convinced that unity was the pathway to dignity and the progress of the continent, a precious heritage which continues to inspire us. So I will align myself with the others to celebrate the memory, courage of our illustrious forebears. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, from this rostrum, I would like to express my gratitude to you for the confidence that you have reposed in me and through me, the Republic of Burundi and all the Burundian people. This is a heavy responsibility. This is a heavy responsibility that you've placed on my shoulders. And emotion compel me to ask, who am I to lead the whole of Africa through its to its destiny throughout a year? And thank God, who strengthens me, I will be able to do that, because he doesn't choose the strongest, but he rather fortifies and strengthens those that he chooses. Thus, it's with great honor that we accept with humility the duty, with sense of duty and devotion, this duty of serving our continent in its diversity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today more than ever, the honor that you have done to Burundi today is historic. It is the expression of the confidence or trust placed in a nation which has suffered a lot from the effects of colonization, a nation which has been adversely affected by history, but which has been able to overcome through dialogue, reconciliation, and political will. So I wish to assure you that Burundi would exercise the chairship in a spirit of listening, impartiality, and cooperation with all and for the good of all. We intend to work with all countries, with the African Union Commission, and with all our organs in the search for consensus. In the same vein, I would like to express my gratitude to the outgoing chair and brother João Lorenzo, and I congratulate him for the work done, and I also commend him for the quality of his leadership, his consistency in action, and his unswerving commitment to the African continent. Under the impetus of Angola, the African Union has made strides, especially in efforts to rationalize our meetings, streamline our working methods, and improve the efficiency of our decision-making processes. Burundi intends to continue on the same tangent, and we would consolidate against and maintain the spirit and work together with the champion of the institutional reform of the African Union, His Excellency and Brother William Ruto, and as well as the member states and the Commission, to ensure gradual improvements in order to further enhance the efficiency, coherence, and the credibility of our organization. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the sister republic of Angola has handed over to Burundi against the backdrop of an international contest blighted by considerable geopolitical transformation, security crisis, persistent economic tensions, and the accelerated effects of climate change, and the increasing questioning of multilateralism. In the face of the surge in unilateralism, the challenges to be addressed would require collective response based on dialogue, solidarity, and respect for international law. In this complex environment, multilateralism still remains key to peace, stability, and sustainable development. Thus, the entry of the African Union to G20 affirms this dynamic and marks an unprecedented recognition of the strategic role of the continent in global governance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, without vision, people perish. And we know where we are going now and what we want, and the strategy to be adopted so that we achieve our objectives. So this is a duty and historic obligation for Burundi to reinforce and amplify the voice of Africa on the international scene and contribute actively to the building of a fairer and balanced and inclusive international order. The implementation of Agenda 2063 will be our main concern during this year of our chairship, because this agenda for us is a moral contract which binds us to several African generations and which defines the pathway for an integrated, peaceful, prosperous Africa in charge of its own destiny. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 2026 is under the theme ensuring sustainable availability of water and safe sanitation system in order to achieve Agenda 2063. The theme is not abstract or symbolic. It amounts to a daily reality for millions of Africans. And today, more than 400 million citizens of our continent do not have access to safe, potable water, and more than 700 million are deprived of safe sanitation services. Now, the main victims of this situation are, of course, children, women, and those living in rural areas. The implementation of the theme would thus be the main strategic pillar of all member states of the African Union. In reality, the absence of potable water as well as safe sanitation is the cause of avoidable diseases, loss of productivity, school dropout rate, and is also a factor in ensuring that we're able to deal with climate change. So without effective sanitation services, we will not be able to do much because our productivity is contingent upon the health, and which is driven by potable water and safe hygiene. In Burundi, the roadmap of the vision, and the roadmap of its vision, we intend to expedite access to potable water so that between now and 2040, each rural family would have access to potable water within a distance of 15 minutes. We are of the view that if each African country made an effort to reduce distance to potable water, especially in rural areas, each one of us, as a leader of our citizens, would have accomplished his duty. So I'm happy that the theme of the year has led to the mobilization of sector institutions that are adopted in September in Dakar, the vision on water 2063. And today, they are holding a roundtable on expediting access to water and safe sanitation in Africa. I'm eager to receive the draft decision so that the conference will be able to adopt and implement the vision and the policy of the continent on water and sanitation. And I pledge to present it as a common position of Africa and its contribution to the UN conference on water, scheduled to take place in December 2026 in the United Arab Emirates, as part of efforts to ensure global access to Target 6 of the Sustainable Development Goals and to place the priorities of Africa in terms of water at the heart of international agenda. We shall endeavor to promote cooperation in order to promote solidarity-based governance. The mobilization of public and private and mixed investments to finance water-related projects will be our priority. We shall sensitize all those who intervene in the water sector to directly involve the local communities and women in the management of water resources in order to yield the desired impact, that is transforming access to water and making it a tool for peace and prosperity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the second pillar of our chairship is on peace building as well as ensuring security that are the prerequisites for any sustainable development and regional and continental integration. We all know, Excellencies, peace is sine qua non for institutional stability, for productive investment, for social cohesion, and for trust among peoples and states. I stress the word peace because Burundi recognizes that the delay in its development was largely due to conflicts, even though it had all the necessary requirements for its development. It has also this happy experience of coming out of conflict through peaceful means and maintaining its peace, which has been restored. During our chairship, we shall spend no effort to promote the initiative of silencing the guns, which embodies the deep aspirations of our people to live in security, dignity, and hope. And we want the African Union to put a premium on strengthening complementarity between the African peace and security architecture and then African governance architecture in a holistic approach combining conflict prevention, early warning, preventive diplomacy, mediation, inclusive governance, and post-conflict reconstruction in close collaboration with the regional economic communities and the regional mechanisms in order to restore peace. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the experience on our continent shows that durable peace can only be built through inclusive process of permanent dialogue, reconciliation, reinforcing of national cohesion, and consolidation of institutions. It's also contingent upon the promotion of participative governance, justice, and balanced economic development, as well as taking into account the structural drivers of fragility, especially poverty, persistent inequalities, exclusion of youth, and the marginalization of some sections of our society. We shall once again resort to the dynamism and then the good faith of the youth, whilst also involving women, to reflect on a sustainable strategy for preventing conflicts in Africa. Therefore, and as we do each year, in my capacity as the AU champion for youth, peace and security, I intend to organize in August 2026 in Bujumbura, the capital of African youth, one of the biggest meetings of the African youth, which will be devoted to a continental dialogue on youth, peace and security, coupled with the Women, Peace and Security agenda. The forum will be intergenerational and will seek to promote open, constructive engagement between the youth, political leaders, continental institutions, civil society, academia, and the private sector. The purpose is to enhance mutual understanding and to capitalize on African experience and to make effective recommendations that are in sync with the realities on the ground. Through this initiative, Burundi will seek to ensure that the youth take ownership of African peace security agenda, whilst affirming the central role of African Renaissance, which we all wish for. In the same vein, the search for peace and enhancing African solidarity, we would initiate a collective reflection on the need to review some institutional practices and their impact, especially those relating to the participation of some states in our work. In reality, in responding to the principles and the normative framework willingly adopted by our organization, especially Article 30 of the Constitutive Act, experience has, however, shown that sustainable peace and peace are contingent upon dialogue, listening, and inclusion. Furthermore, the sad observation is that the categorization of these would only make citizens who would sit on the fence and would not be involved in the activities of the state, because though authorities are accountable to citizens and would also have to engage with the external world. And so this calls for a balanced reflection on the most effective modalities to preserve our common values of unity, solidarity vis-à-vis our people, whilst maintaining open channels of communication necessary for mediation and preventing crisis and ensuring the restoration of constitutional order. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace and security cannot be effective on our continent if there are countries in Africa that are attacked against the backdrop of geopolitical of economic interests of the major powers. We want the voice of Africa to be raised in respect of international law, the territorial integrity of our countries, the sovereignty of our states, and the rights of people to decide their own destiny. No African country should be recolonized, invaded, or obliged to submit itself to any power in the 21st century. Thus, the human values enshrined in the UN Charter should prevail. Excellencies, our continent will not win the battle of development as long as we have conflict in some parts of the region. The situation in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, in the Sahel, Somalia, Sudan, and the Central African Republic remind us each day that the crisis in these countries inexorably affects the entire continent. Each conflict undermines our economies and the youth of millions of African youth. That's why I want to appeal to each one of us to support the AU conflict prevention mechanisms and speak with one voice to silence the guns on the continent. Durable stability in some regions calls for solidarity and the commitment of all African states, international partners, and regional actors. The Burundian chairship of the African Union would continue to fully assume its role as catalyst, just as Angola did, so that the our joint efforts would help restore peace, enhance resilience of our people, and open sustainable development prospects and help bring about stability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the third pillar on which we need to focus on is the future. And that forms part of the vision of African Renaissance based on innovation, science, skills development, and the empowerment of women and youth, which we call A-Rise. In reality, statistics show that Africa would have a population of more than 2 billion in 2050, many of whom will be youth. The demographic dividend can be a strength or risk based on the choices we make today. Our capacity to transform the demographic potential into engine of growth, stability, and job creation will depend on the choices we make in terms of education, vocational training, scientific research, and access to jobs. And so here, I want to stress youth employability, because we note that there is brain drain from Africa to the developed countries. And through A-Rise, we need to encourage the reinforcement of educational system, build skills required by the labor market, as well as investments in science, technology, and innovation as essential instruments for the structural transformation of our economies. In our action, the economic and social empowerment of women should be given a pride of place, and it should be cross-cutting in all action, because we are convinced that no sustainable renaissance will be possible without the full participation of women at economic, political, and social life. As the missionary of the African Union, I will continue to contribute with my peers so that states take into account the role of youth and women in development. The Burundian experience in creating Youth and Women's Bank has contributed to the creation of an ecosystem which promotes youth and women entrepreneurship, access to financing, and access to market, especially within the framework of the implementation of the African continent free trade area. And youth empowerment, I intend to do my best and request the youth during the content dialogue on youth to contribute to the African Renaissance through innovation, and thus strengthen the cultural and digital sovereignty of our continent. Obviously, this transformation can only be dynamic if it brings together all African economic operators among themselves. And this reminds us of the urgency of making operational the African Free Trade Area as a major instrument of industrialization, of boosting intra-African trade, and then building on our regional value chains. So at this stage, I would like to thank all the member states that have ratified the ASEFTA treaty, because now we can effectively launch its operationalization. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we need to keep in mind that the attainment of our common vision is contingent upon the gradual, coherent, and decisive implementation of the flagship programs of the African Union, which underpin Agenda 2063. Therefore, the development of cross-border infrastructure is sine qua non for the economic transformation, competitiveness of our economy, and effective cooperation among our people. Therefore, so our program will be in line with the development program on infrastructure in Africa, which is the pillar of continental transformation, and which seeks to link our countries through transport, telecommunications, and energy. And it will be remiss on our part if we also don't focus on the permanent search for food security, which underpins any human development. Thus, the comprehensive agriculture development program in Africa would help create jobs and would also enhance the resilience of our economies in the face of the effects of climate change. And that's very important. In Burundi, agriculture remains the main means of subsistence of the bulk of our population. And this reality has compelled us to place agriculture, nutrition, and public health at the heart of our national policy. And this experience is guided by a conviction which has become the basis of our public action. Each Burundian should be able to eat in every part of our country. And this translates our vision of a human-centered development, which starts with adequate and healthy food and is consolidated through the capacity of each African to meet his or her needs through his or her work. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the permanent quest for good governance is one of our priorities. And we shouldn't forget the importance of the African peer review mechanism as an essential tool for promoting good governance. Its reinforcement would have contributed to enhance trust, promote institutional stability, as well as the credibility of our states, a situation which is necessary for durable peace, inclusive development, and successful continental integration. We shall continue to support the organs of the African Union, the AU Peace and Security Council, the Pan-African Parliament, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, as well as the African financial institutions, because a strong union is based on effective and credible institutions with adequate resources to enhance their operations. And so I would like to pay a vibrant tribute to all the staff of the African Union. Their professionalism, often which goes unnoticed, is essential, and that drives the operations of our organization. Burundi pledges to support their efforts and promote an effective and respected continental organization. In implementation of our priority, we shall attach a premium to the reinforcement of strategic partnership of the African Union based on mutual respect, the alignment to African priorities, and win-win situation. We shall work to consolidate cooperation with the United Nations, international financial institutions, bilateral and multilateral partners, and with the private sector and civil society in order to mobilize resources, the necessary competence to enable us to expedite the implementation of Agenda 2063. Excellencies, I'm convinced that Africa is capable of walking with its shoulders, with its chest held high through its sons and daughters. The experiences in Africa that is on the move and confident in its capacity of its people to overcome the challenges. We shall ensure that this collective action is carried out in a spirit of inclusion, solidarity, and shared responsibility at the service of the highest interest of the African continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, permit me in closing to pay a vibrant tribute to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, whose mandate is drawing to a close. Throughout these years, he has symbolized the values of multilateralism, dialogue, and international solidarity in a global context blighted by a myriad of crises and unprecedented challenges. Africa would like to commend him for his sustained efforts to promote peace, sustainable development, and ensure that our continent played its rightful role in global development. His support for African Union's efforts, and his call for collective solution will be a source of durable inspiration. And at a time when he is getting ready to hand over the torch to his predecessor, we express our deep gratitude to him and wish him the best in his endeavors at the service of peace, human dignity, and his efforts for a just world. May you now give him a round of applause, because maybe this is the last time that he's participating in the ordinary summit of the African Union. So may the Almighty God continue to guide you, Excellency Secretary General. And it's on this note that I conclude, and I thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
Muito obrigado, muchas gracias, shukran, que Dieu vous bénisse tous. Je vous remercie.
I thank you.
Grand merci, Excellence.
We thank you very much, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor now to invite His Excellency, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development and Blue Economy and Sustainable Development, to present the theme of the year 2026. Excellency Commissioner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi and Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As part of the theme launch, we will show you a short video, please.
Excellences, chers compatriotes africains, aujourd'hui, nous lançons le thème de l'année 2026 de l'Union africaine. Assurer la disponibilité durable de l'eau et des systèmes d'assainissement sûrs pour atteindre les objectifs de l'agenda 2063. L'eau et l'assainissement ne sont pas seulement essentiels à la vie, ils sont le socle de la dignité et du développement sur notre continent. À travers les cultures, les religions et les civilisations, l'eau a toujours été reconnue comme source de vie. Elle n'est pas un privilège, c'est un droit humain fondamental. Pourtant, pour plus de 400 millions d'Africains, ce droit reste un rêve. Ils n'ont pas accès à l'eau potable et près de 780 millions d'entre eux manque d'assainissement de base.
The AU 2026 theme recognizes that water is not only a social necessity, but also a driver of industrialization, job creation, and sustainable development, essential for public health, food security, economic productivity, and social well-being. It is a call for African leaders to strengthen political leadership, mobilize investment, and advance integrated approaches across borders. It will catalyze transformative action, strengthen governance, and accelerate progress toward Agenda 2063 and SDG 6.
Too many families still walk long distances to fetch water. Too many children miss school because of unsafe sanitation. Too many communities are pushed back into poverty each time droughts or floods strike. This must change. That is why the African Union Commission has declared 2026 as the year of assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. This theme is a statement of intent and a promise to the people of Africa.
Achieving universal access to water and sanitation requires substantial and sustained financing. The theme helps the continent mobilize greater commitments from member states, development partners, and the private sector to close Africa's water investment gap.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, water is life. Sanitation is dignity. That is why in 2026, the theme states clearly that assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063 reflects our collective resolve to address one of the most fundamental enablers of Africa's development. Your Excellencies, through this theme of the year, we are called to reflect and act urgently to close the water investment gap in order to assure public health, food security, and climate resilience for the Africa that we want. It also provides us with a platform for mobilizing investment and finance to support member states in unlocking domestic and external finance and close the annual investment gap for water and sanitation, which is estimated at US $30 billion per annum. The theme also calls for strong political leadership, effective governance, increased investment, and strengthened partnerships across all sectors. It is fully aligned with Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development Goal number 6, and Africa Climate Change and Resilience Development Strategy. As AUC, we are committed to assist all member states on this theme. From this August Assembly of the African Union, I now hereby solemnly proclaim and officially launch the AU theme of the year 2026 and call upon all member states, institutions, and partners to act together to assure sustainable water availability and safe sanitation for all Africans. Let us translate commitment into action and secure a resilient, prosperous, and water-secure Africa for the present as well as the future generations. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Commissaire.
I thank you very much, Commissioner. I would like to greet great personalities who did much to the Pan-African organization. The former chairs, Madame Zuma and His Excellency Moussa Faki Mohamed. We wish them a warm welcome. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have come now to the group photo, and I would like the delegates to remain in their seats in order to ensure the good organization of the group photo. And I would like respectfully to invite the heads of delegations of member states, His Excellency, the chairperson of the African Union, the President of the Council of Ministers of the the Republic of Italy, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency, the Deputy Secretary of the Secretary General of the UN, His Excellency Prime Minister of Palestine, His Excellency the Executive Director of the African Development Bank, and the protocol will guide you. And on this, I would like to thank you for your time and wish you fruitful deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume in about 30 minutes. We have the coffee break. We will resume for the closed session, and we would kindly ask the media to leave the hall. Please remain in your respective seats in order to organize the group photo and give the opportunity to the heads of state and government to go to the indicated venue. Thank you.
ተመልካቾች እንግዲህ ቀጥለናል። ከኢትዮጵያ ቴሌቪዥን 39ኛውን የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ የመጀመሪያ ቀን ውሎ የጠዋቱን ምዕራፍ ነበር የተከታተልነው። በርካታ ሀሳቦች የተነሱበት ነው። እንግዲህ አሁን ላይ የመጀመሪያው የጠዋቱ ፕሮግራም ተጠናቋል። ነገም ደግሞ እንደዚሁ ቀጥሎ ሲሆን የተለያዩ ሀሳቦች ይነሳሉ። ዛሬ ከሰዓትም የሚኖሩ ፕሮግራሞችን እንደዚሁ እየተከታተልን ወደ ተመልካቾች የምናደርስ ነው የሚሆነው። የሁለትዮሽ ግንኙነቶችም እንደዚሁ የተለያዩ ሀገራቱን የሚያጠናክሩ ትብብሮች እንደሚኖሩ ነው የፕሮግራሞች የሚያሳዩት። እንግዲህ በዚህ በዛሬው መርሃ ግብር ላይ የተደረጉ ንግግሮች እንደተከታተልናቸው ናቸው። በተለይ ደግሞ ሀገሪቱን የሚያፈረጥሙ አንድ የሚያደርጉ ለጋራ ትብብር ሊውሉ የሚችሉ ሀሳቦች ተነስተዋል። የተወሰኑትን ሀሳቦች ብናነሳ እንግዲህ የኢትዮጵያ በዚህ የህብረቱ ጉባኤ ላይ ቀደም ሲልም ይፋ እንዳደረገችው ብሔራዊ ጥቅሟን በሚያስጠብቁ ጉዳዮች ላይ ትኩረት ታደርጋለች፣ ያላትን እውነት ታስረዳለች፣ እስከዛሬ ሰራችባቸውን ደግሞ በተለያዩ ዘርፎች አመርቂ ውጤት ያስመዘገበችባቸውን ዘርፎች እንደዚሁ ልምዷን ታጋራለች ብለን ነበር ቀደም ሲል የተናገርነው። ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር አብይ አህመድም በዚሁ
ዘላቂ የንጹህ መጠጥ አቅርቦትና ደህንነቱ የተጠበቀ የንጽህና አጠባበቅን ማረጋገጥ አጀንዳ 2063ን ማሳካት ይሰኛል የዘንድሮ 39ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ መሪ ቃል ነው። እንግዲህ ቀደም ሲል በተከታተላችሁት መንገድ በአዲስ አበባ ከተማ 39ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በተከታተላችሁት መንገድ በይፋም ተጀምሯል። በስነ ስርዓቱ ላይ የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ አንቶኒዮ ጉቴሬስ፣ የፌዴራል ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ እንዲሁም ደግሞ ሌሎች የአፍሪካ ህብረት ኮሚሽን ሊቀመንበር መሐመድ አሊ ዩሱፍን ጨምሮ የፍልስጤም ተወካይ እንዲሁም ሌሎች የሚመለከታቸው አካላት ተሰናባቹ የአንጎላ ፕሬዝዳንት እንዲሁም ደግሞ አዲስ ሊቀመንበር መርጠዋል። ምክር ቤቱ የብሩንዲው ፕሬዝዳንት ሆነዋል። በተከታተላችሁት መንገድ የተለያዩ መልእክቶችን አስተላልፈዋል። የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በተከታተላችሁት መንገድ በይፋ ተጀምሯል። አፍሪካም በሚኖራት መጻኢ እድል በተመለከተ በምን ጉዳዮች ላይ ማተኮር ይኖርባታል? ትብብርና አጋርነቶችን ማጠናከር በሚገባቸው ጉዳዮች ዙሪያም ሀሳቦች ተነስተዋል። ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ አፍሪካዊ ሀሳብ ኢትዮጵያዊ የመልማት እቅዶችንም ጭምር አንስተውበታል። አፍሪካውያን በተለይ በመሪ ቃሉ መሰረት ውሃን በዘላቂነት ለመጠቀም ከሀብት ዘለል ያለ ሻገር ያለ ትርጉም ያለው ሀብታቸውን በአግባቡ መምራትና መጠቀም እንደሚገባቸውም ጭምር ያነሱበትን መድረክ ነበር የተከታተል ነው። በስፍራው በርካታ ሪፖርተሮቻችን በአፍሪካ ህብረት ዋና መቀመጫ ይገኛሉ። መረጃዎችን ጠቅለል ያለ ጉዳዮችን ያነሱልናል። በየቋንቋችን ደግሞ በስፍራው የሚገኙ ሪፖርተሮቻችን የሚመሩልን ነው የሚሆነው። አፈወርቅ ባልደረባችን አስራት ይታየኛል በእንግሊዝኛ ጠቅለል ያለ መልእክት እንዲያስተላልፍን ትጋብዝልኝ ዘንድ።
Okay, thank you, Abu. Good afternoon, Asrat. I think you've been attending the 39th African Union Summit in the headquarters, which actually took place in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia's capital. So I think you've got some important issues to be raised here so that everyone understands how this summit actually took place. And would you tell me, and would you tell us frankly how you observed that summit today and the basic issues raised during the summit of the first day?
Hello viewers, hello studio. The 39th ordinary session of the Assembly of the African Union, heads of state and government kicked off this morning with the opening session, and the session of the heads of state and government of the African Union has officially kicked off this morning, where the Commissioner Mohamed Ali Yusuf made his remarks regarding many issues of the African continent, and Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed also made remarks regarding the development of Ethiopia here in Africa and the issues that concern the continent of Africa. Secretary General of the United Nations concerns Africa in general, the peace and the security of Sudan, that of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Central Republic, the African Central Republic, and every commotion and conflict here in Africa must be resolved in a peaceful way, was the message delivered by Antonio Guterres this morning. The African Union 39th Summit is an ongoing event taking place now, and this afternoon in a closed session many topics will be covered, and Addis Media Network is here to cover the important proceedings for you.
مشاهدينا، ونستكمل معكم كذلك القمة 39 للاتحاد الإفريقي لرؤساء وحكماء الدول الأفارقة. زملاؤنا من مقر الاتحاد الإفريقي يتواجدون الآن من مقر الاتحاد الإفريقي، والذين حضروا افتتاح القمة بحضور رئيس الوزراء الدكتور أبي أحمد ورئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي محمود علي يوسف. زميلتنا إكرام أول تتواجد من هناك من مقر الاتحاد الإفريقي، وقد حضرت من ساعات الصباح الأولى افتتاح القمة 39 لرؤساء وحكماء القادة الأفارقة، والتي تم عقدها في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. ومنذ الصباح كانت هناك كلمات افتتاحية لرئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي وغيرهم. فهي الزميلة إكرام أول، أسعد الله مساءك. إكرام أول، أريد منك أن تجملي لي ما تم تداوله في الجلسة الافتتاحية للقمة 39 من رؤساء وحكماء القادة الأفارقة. كلنا آذان لك إكرام.
تحية طيبة لكم مشاهدينا الكرام من قلب الاتحاد الأفريقي في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. سأكون معكم أنا إكرام أول اليوم في القمة 39 للاتحاد الأفريقي، وفي 12 وطبعا 11 من فبراير كان الاجتماع العادي 48 للمجلس التنفيذي للاتحاد الأفريقي. طبعا طرحت مسائل عديدة في الجلسة العادية، مسألة السودان طبعا، حيث يعني ذكر رئيس وزير خارجية السودان محي الدين سالم عن قضية السودان، وكما تم طرح مجموعة 20 لأخذ خبرة جنوب أفريقيا في إعداد قمة مجموعة 20. كما تم انتخاب 10 عضوا في مجلس السلام والأمن التابعة للاتحاد الأفريقي، منها غابون، جمهورية كونغو الديمقراطية، الصومال، أوغندا، المغرب، ليسوتو، جنوب أفريقيا، بنين، وكوت ديفور وسيراليون. كما تم طرح السلام والأمن في جنوب السودان ومنطقة الساحل عامة في أفريقيا. وأيضا عن أودا نيباد، أي الاجتماع 43 للاتحاد الأفريقي للتنمية. وعندما نأتي لشعار هذا العام شعار عام 2026 ضمان استدامة امتدادات المياه والصرف الصحي لتحقيق أجندة 2063 طبعا حيث بحضور الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريش ورئيسة وزراء إيطاليا جورجيا ميلوني ورئيس فلسطين تم قمة 39 للاتحاد الأفريقي في هذا العام. طبعا افتتح هذه القمة بكلمة محمود علي يوسف رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الأفريقي حيث قال أن سياسة أفريقيا لإسكات المناطق لم تفي بالغرض الآن وأن أفريقيا يجب أن تعمل في الاستدامة وليس طبعا طرح أجندات فاضية طرح أجندات فقط بل أيضا أن تعمل على الاستدامة كما أكد طبعا كما تولى رئيس الوزراء الإثيوبي رئيس الوزراء الإثيوبي الدكتور أبي أحمد رحب رئيس الوزراء الإثيوبي الدكتور أبي أحمد ترحابا حارا بكل الضيوف الذين أتوا إلى العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا إلى أرض الجذور وقال أن المياه ليست مجرد مورد وأن سد النهضة هو نقطة تحول لتاج القارة السمراء أي إثيوبيا وكما ذكر أن استضافة إثيوبيا لكوب 32 يمثل طبعا نبراسا حيا على تطور إفريقيا أجندة 2030 لإثيوبيا الرقمية والعديد من المواضيع التي طرحها رئيس الوزراء الإثيوبي الدكتور أبي أحمد. وعندما نرى أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة حث على أن يكون مقعدا دائما لأفريقيا. طبعا في هذا العام تم تسليم رئاسة الاتحاد من أنغولا جواو لورينسو إلى بوروندي أي السيد إيفارستي. طبعا اليوم في هذا العام شعار قمة الاتحاد الأفريقي هو المياه وندعو أن تكونوا قد استهلناكم بأهم التفاصيل. إكرام أول أديس عربي من قلب العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا.
ميلتو كينيا أكرم كتا فان عربي فراتي قد قلتو مجنة عند وقتو كينيا كبجمو تمساس كينيا أكو يتفتي جراغا يا إنجم أفريقيا صدمي سقلفا كدري وني جتشو غيارا كنا مرة كاسونغا جيفا ما تري يادو تغرغراتو كأن كسما دري ون بيه كينيا من سرمومي دكتور أبي آدم أحمد دبلتي كسما مو برئيس حولانا أبت موت قوم تومني أنطونيو غوتيريز في كوميشني جمتا أفريقيا محمد علي يوسف إرغاوان ججبا دبرسانيور كسما موت أفريقيا تقوم صوفي والاتفيدو دندان الرتي إرغاوان هدوتو دربان إيجا كيسوما دكتور أبي إرجع سانيتين إثيوبيان ولا جلانا كارجتو في اللي بيون أفريقيا تمسك كتاي سنيفي إما إثيوبيا أفريقيا ما تأوسكا سنيجرو إيجا إما كان رتو ديفنو دبلتها كنتمو فمو ميلتون كيا كاسية مانغودا أتشغل ما جمتا أفريقيا تي كنني جرو إسولين ترتي جوابا كان تاسسنو نيتا ميلتون كيا كاسية كمولتي إرجع ون يفنو بربادو جتن جباب سيتي دعوتو تبرانو ركب سيسي
أي قد قلتهم كمولتن كبجمتو تداوتو تكينيا إيجا غويارا يا إن ريوان مسينسا بيوتا جمتا أفريقيا صدومي سقلفان أس تيسو جمتا أفريقيا كانتاتي مقالة فينفينيتي يوتا لما أفترو إيجاليتي كان النجرو يا إن كن متدري ولينجينس بشاني في أكسمس كلنا في نجين مانيسا إيجامي لملي بيوتا أفريقيا تفدي سورة تيفا تشوداني كان إني إيجاجي فماجرو جتشودا يا إن جمتا أفريقيا ريواني صدومي سقلفا كون جتشودا بنين سارتي درتان كومشني جمتا أفريقيا محمود علي يوسف ساكن سرتا ساتا سنيت كاني سانجرني هاساي سانيتي نسجا بري بيوني أفريقيا كسما يواردين أفريقيا كابينيا دي غربيوت على تيرغودان سونا مشاليو كاني مو يتو كابينيا سون نتيدا مغربيا كيسا تيغالتون دابچو كبا يادا جدو دبرسانيتي كاني سانجرني كانانغمتيمو نغافي تسغبي أرجي أفريقيا إلالتي سودان إرغا دبرسانيتي كاني سانجرني جتشودا نغافي تسغبين أرجي أفريقيا بداري نشيتي في مرتسا داوانتي في الدولة بيوتا أفريقيا وراني تيغاجي فماجرو كون كرا غمتا سوچي غمتا أفريقيا تين أكسما سيمو يوتو موتا مسينسا غمتا أفريقيا تين وجي وجتامون دابچو كاكابو إرغا جدو دبرسانيتي كاني سانجرني كانانغمتيامو قبسيتون ياي غمتا أفريقيا كان ريواني سودم سغلفا كان تاتي إثيوبيان منستري مومشي دكتور أبي أحمد إرغا دبرسانيتي كاني سانجرني جتشودا لما ياي كان إلالتي سودان دكتور أبي أحمد إثيوبيان توكما أردي أفريقيا كسما سيمو يوتيوب دادينا أفريقيا تي في إثيوبيان وجي غدا وجچا كجرتو كاسانيتي كاني سانجرني جتشودا كيسما يوغا بدادينا كيسما أجندا ديدما جاتامي سدي ملكي سودا fi hojiilee fakkeenyummaa qaban hedduu hojjechaa akka jirtu kaasaniiti kan isaan jiranii keessumaayyuu tajaajila ammayyeessuudhaa fi tajaajila giddugala tokko masoob akkasumas immoo gama artificial intelligenceetiin coomsa teknoolojii ardii Afrikaa dhugoomsuudhaaf hojii hojjetamuudhaan Itoophiyaan hojii kana hojjechaa akka jirtu kaasaniiti kan isaan jiranii gama nageenyaatiin akkasuma hojjechaa akka jirtu kaasaniiti kan jiran jechuudha addatti garuu dhimma waliin gahinsa bishaan dhugaatii wajjin wal qabate akkasumas immoo itti fayyadama qabeenya bishaanii irratti ergaa jabaa dabarsaniiti kan isaan jiranii yeroo rakkoon jijjiirama qilleensa addunyaa jabaachaa jirutti itti fayyadama qabeenya bishaanii murteessaa ta'e kanarratti hojii hojjechuun akkasumas immoo imaammata baasuun hojiirra oolchuun akka barbaachisu Dr. Abiy Ahmed yaa'ii kanarratti ergaa dabarsaniiti kan isaan jiran jechuudha. Egaa akka waliigalaatti biyyoonni miseensa gamtaa Afrikaa walitti dhufuudhaan waliin gahinsa bishaan dhugaatiis yookaan immoo itti fayyadama qabeenya bishaanii kana tokkummaadhaan karaa itti fufiinsa qabuun akka hojjechuu qaban tokkummaa isaanii akka cimsuu qaban ergaa dabarsaniiti kan isaan jiranii kanaan gamatti barreessaa olaanaan dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomni Antooniyoo Guutarees yaa'ii gamtaa Afrikaa 39ffaa dureewwanii kanarratti ergaa dabarsaniiti kan isaan jiranii keessumaayyuu rakkoo nageenyaa Dimokiraatawaa Riippaabilika Koongoo akkasumas immoo Suudaan keessatti deemaa jiru kana miseensonni gamtaa Afrikaa biyyoonni miseensa gamtaa Afrikaa akkasumas immoo yuutuu gamtichi hojii kana xiyyeeffannaa addaatiin hojjechuudha qabaa yaada jedhu kaasaniiti kan isaan jiranii kanaan gamatti immoo yuutuu Afrikaan walumaa galatti biyyoonni miseensa gamtaa Afrikaa ta'an mana maree nageenya dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomanii keessatti teessoon isheedhaaf malu Afrikaadhaaf akka barbaachisu kun bara 1946 miti jaarraan kun kan jedhu kaasaniiti kan isaan jiranii jaarraan sun waan darbee fi ardiin Afrikaa teessoo miseensa mana maree nageenya dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomanii akka taatu hojiin akka hojjetamuu qabu kaasaniiti kan isaan jiranii yaa'ii kanarratti akka keessumaa kabajaatti ministeerri muummee Italii Giorgia Meloniinis yaada bal'aa kan isaan kaasan keessumaayyuu Italiin tokkummaadhaan biyyoota Afrikaa wajjin hojii bal'aa hojii bu'uuraalee misoomaa hojii wal qabatee hojjechuu akka qabdu akka dandeessu kaasaniiti kan isaan jiran odeeffannoon ani yeroodhaaf galma gamtaa Afrikaa irraa qabu kana fakkaata.
ዝኸበርኩም ተመልከትና ተከታተልዎ ዘለኹም ካብ ኣዳራሽ ሕብረት ኣፍሪካ ብቐጥታ ዝመሓላለፈልኩም ዘሎ መበል 39 ዋዕላ መራሕቲ ሕብረት ኣፍሪካ እዩ ክሳብ ሰዓት ምሳሕ ኣብ ዘለውን ዝተፈላለዩ ዛዕባታት ተላዒሎም መልሲ እውን ዝረኸቡ ከምኡውን ብርክት ዝበሉ ድማ መልሲ ዝደልዩ ኣጀንዳታት እውን ኣለዉ እዮም ከም ዝፍለጥ እቲ ዋዕላ ክሳብ ፅባሕ ሰንበት እውን ተጠናኺሩ ዝቕፅል እዩ ሕዚ ተከታተልዎ ዘለኹም ድማ ብዝተፈላለዩ ቋንቋታትና እውን ሪፖርተራትና እናእትና ተወሰኽቲ ሓበሬታታት ኣብ ናባኹም ኣብ ምብፃሕ ኢና ንርከብ ማለት እዩ ክሳብ ሕዚ ኣብ ዘለዉ ምዕባለታት ብግዚያውነት ኣብ ወንበር ሕብረት ኣፍሪካ ኮይና ተመሪፃ ዘላ ብሩንዲ ን2026 ኣቆፃፅራ ኣውሮፓውያን ማለት እዩ ነቲ መሪሕነት ካብ አንጎላ ተረኪባቶ ኣላያ ንሕና እውን ሪፖርተራትና ናባኹም ክነብል ኢና መሳርሕትና ዳዊት ከበደ እውን ኣብቲ ቦታ እዩ ዝርከብ ዘሎ ማለት እዩ ዳዊት ይስምዓካ እንተሃልዩ ከመይ ትውዕል እስኪ መበል 39 ዋዕላ መራሕቲ ሕብረት ኣፍሪካ ብቐጥታ ኣብቲ ቦታ ተረኺብካ እናተኸታተልካዮ ተፀኒሕካ ኢኻ እሞ እስኪ ዘለዉ ምዕባለታት እንታይ ይመስሉ ከመይ ዝበሉ ኣጀንዳታት እዮም ተላዒሎም ዘለዉ ንመልሲ ዝደልዩ ኣጀንዳታት ከ እንታይ ይመስሉ ዝብል ነገር ሓፅረ ኣቢልካ ንክቡራት ተመልከትና ክተቕርበልና
سلام تعنا بلي زي خبركم تملكتنا مبل 39 قبائل حبرة أفريقيا لو معنتي ناتسالت أيو زركب زلهم أبت قبائل أبونبر حبرة أفريقيا محمد علي يوسف خمدما قدم مينستر فيدري دكتور أبي أحمدن ودب حبرة منغستات أنطونيو غوتيريزن مدر أسمعميم أبت مدر كبر قدم مينستر فيدري دكتور أبي أحمد كم زسمعوهم إثيوبيا بركت زبلو ناي لمعات سراحتات بموغان ما أجر أفريقيا زخونو عبيتي ناي لمعات سراحتات موغاناون غاليزميم بمداي كوب عسرة 30 إثيوبيا بركت زبلو عمامتات ناوغانت خم تركبون العلم يوم بإيتيو تيليكوم بخمدما عالم لخم عرفوا نفرتي كاب أفريقيا اتيز عبي نتانت كم زركب العلم يوم بمداي قلقالوت فايدة حمون بركت زبلو سراحتات كم توغانو العلم يوم حفشاوي بفلاي دمان ኢትዮጵያ ኩለመዳዋዊ ብልጽግናም ንአፍሪካውን ዓባይ ማእገር እናኾነት ከም ትርከብውን አልዒሎምዮም ከም ሃገርውን አፍሪካ ዘለዋ ውብቶ ማያት ብምልኦም ስጋ መጋዕ ከይበለት ክትጥቀመሎምን ናብ ዝሓሸ ብርኪ ናይ ኢኮኖሚ እቶት ክትገብሮም ኣብ ምግባር ዘለዎ ሃብቲ ማይ ብዕሊ ክትርዳን ክትጥቀመሎም ከም ዘለዋ እውን አልዒሎም እዮም ኢትዮጵያ ብርክት ዝበሉ ናይ ልምዓት ስራሕታት ወጊና ብመዳይ ወሰናወሰን ሩባታት ክንርኢ ከለና ንሕብረተሰብ ተረባሕቲ ክኸውኑን ከምኡ ድማ ንጥዕናውን ኣዝዮም ጠቐምቲ ኣብ ምግባር እውን ሰፋሕቲ ዕማማት ከም ዝዓመመት እውን ኣብርዮም እዮም ብምቕፃል እውን ብለውጢ ክሌማ ኩነታት ኣየር ብዓብዩ ግሪን ሌጋሲ ብምግባር ወይ ድማ ልዕሊ 48 ቢልዮን ፈልሲ ብምትካል ሓምለዋይ ኣሰር ኣምቢራ ፅሩይ ዝኾነ ኣየር ንክህላ ምግባር ከምኡውን ንኣፍሪካ እውን መርአያ ኣብ ምዃን ሰፋሕቲ ዕማማት እናወገነት ከም ትርከብ እውን ኣብርዮም እዮም ብመዳይ ውድብ ሕብረታት መንግስታት አንቶኒዮ ጉተሬዝ ክንርኢ ከለና ድማ ብፍላይ ከም ኣፍሪካ ኣብዚ ሕጂ እዋን ኣብ ዓለም ለኸ ፀጥታ ምርኣይ ምዕዛብ ከይኮነስ በዓላ ኣፍሪካ ኣብ ፀጥታ ውድብ ዓለም መቐመጢ ክህልዋን ወናኒት ክትከውን ከም ዘለዋ ኣስሚሮም እዮም ብመዳይ ልምዓት እውን ከም ኣፍሪካ ዝኽየድ ዘሎ ብርክት ዝበሉ ናይ ልምዓት ስራሕትታት እውን ብመዳይ ፋይናንስ ትካላት ፋይናንስ እውን ኣፅንዖት ገይረን ክድግፋን ክሕግዛን ከም ዘለወን እውን ገሊፆም እዮም ብተወሳኺ እውን ኣብ ሱዳንን ዲሞክራቲክ ኮንጎን ዘሎ ገንፂ እውን ብቕልጡፍ ደው ክብል ከም ዘለዎ እውን ኣብርዮም እዮም እቲ ዋዕላ ብፍላይ ኣፍሪካ ኣብዚ ሕጂ እዋን ሓድነታ ጠናኺራ ካብ በበዋኑ ናሬቶም ዘላ ኣብ ዕቤት ኢኮኖሚ ዓብይ ተስፋ ዘለዎ ምዃኑ እውን ኣስሚሮም እዮም ሕጂ እውን ዝተፈላለዩ ዋዕላታት ክቐፅሉ እዮም ዝተኸታተልና ናባኹም ክነቢልና ዝኸውን የቕኒየለን
39ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በተከታተላችሁት መንገድ ተጀምሯል። በስፍራው የሚገኙ ባልደረቦቻችን አብዝተን እናመሰግናለን። ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ በተሻለ ገጽታ በአዲስ መልክ ይህንን ጉባኤ ማስተናገድ ጀምራለች። እስከ ነገ ዕለት የሚቀጥል ነው የሚሆነው። አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ ከጠዋት ማለዳ ጀምሮ መሪዎቹ በሚንቀሳቀሱባቸው ስፍራዎች አዲስ አበባ ከተማ እንግዶችን በምታስተናግድባቸው ቦታዎች ጭምር ሪፖርተሮቹን በማሰማራት በቀጥታ ስርጭት ስናደርሳችሁ ቆይተናል። ከዚሁ ከስቱዲዮም ተጨማሪ መረጃዎችን እየሰጠን አብረናችሁ ቆየን። ከመላ ስቱዲዮ ባለሙያዎቻችን ከዳይሬክተራችን ጋር በመሆን አብራችሁን ስለቆያችሁ አብዝተን እናመሰግናችኋለን። መደበኛ አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ ፕሮግራሞቻችን የሚቀጥሉ ይሆናል። ዜናችን ኢየሩሳሌም ወሰንየለህ ይዛ የምትጠብቃችሁ ነው የሚሆነው። ቀጥታ ስርጭታችን ከዚሁ አፍታ ጀምሮ የሚቀጥል ይሆናል። መደበኛ ፕሮግራሞቻችን ይቀጥላሉ። አብራችሁን ስለቆያችሁ እናመሰግናችኋለን። ጤና ይስጥልን።